Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, August 16th. It is 9:31 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With us is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo on the virtual platform, and here in person, we have Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, our Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Michael Laufer is our Chief Counsel, our Chief Deputy Jonathan Bishop is here with us, along with Janine Townsend, our Clerk of the Board, and assisting her is Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. We have both folks joining us virtually online on either our usual web stream, which is on YouTube Live, or on the Cal EPA website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform here with us. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's agenda. If you are having any challenges getting onto the digital platform, you can email the clerk of the board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get on. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item on which you've indicated you wish to speak. Good morning, everyone. For those of you here physically with us, we are here in the Cal EPA building in Sacramento, California. I will quickly go over a few just instructions for you here. Please do observe the exits. If in case there is an emergency here, we will file out calmly to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further instruction. If you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code on the wall there where you can make sure and submit your name, and we will call you up when it is your turn to speak on an item. Please do also silence your phones so that there aren't any distractions during today's discussion, and thank you and welcome. With that, today we're beginning our agenda actually with a Superior Accomplishment Award, and just really appreciate that we provide this space to be able to acknowledge what is an incredible amount of work that I know the 2,300 staff that are here at the water boards. And I just want to thank Karen Mogus here for bringing up and acknowledging her team on what is, not lost on me again in this last year. What we've been able to do on arrearages alone is kind of drowned out by the drought work we're having to ensure that we're responding to communities with, to ensuring that water rights are administered up and down the state. And so just thank you for bringing your team here up and acknowledging what is a pretty incredible project.
Great. Yeah, this isn't just my team, and you'll hear many, many names from many organizations across the water boards today, and I'm going to keep it really brief. We have the folks who are here in person. I'll just encourage you to wave your hand as I get to your name. I have Diane Barkley from Division of Financial Assistance supporting her team here as well. And just really quickly, a brief description of the work that this group did. There's many of them on Zoom too, by the way. The time frame for developing and implementing the wastewater arrearages program was extremely short, beginning in October of 2021 and requiring the application portal to be opened by February 1, 2022. While continuing to work on the drinking water arrearages program, remember that piece of it, the Division of Financial Assistance, the Division of Information Technology, the Office of Chief Counsel, and the Communications Office arrearages team joined the Division of Water Quality staff to amend the arrearages program guidelines to include wastewater arrearages and revise the application portal to accommodate a new set of facilities and billing entities. The team conducted outreach, reviewed applications, and issued payments by May 15th. And now they are reviewing reports, receiving returned checks, and wrapping up the program all within 1 year of initiating the work. It took a big team, as you see here. This isn't even half of them, across the state water board. So bear with me as I read the names of the award recipients. So starting with Division of Water Quality, Rich Brewer, Gergagan Chand, Rebecca Greenwood, Erling Rockwell, Jacob Mendoza, Elena Rodriguez, Abe Wagner, Adam Petkus, Aziz Dyer, Bradley Davis, and Xuan Liu. With Division of Financial Assistance, Salika Potter, Sandra Haregi, David Deaton, Danesh Chadhari, golly, sorry for those of you who I butcher your names, I apologize. Michael Sims, Jamila Ponley, Gloria Ayala, Shannon Spittler, Anandita Paul, Parisa Nahad, Paul Martinez, Cheyenne Konchkoff, Brent Allen. With Division of Information Technology, Russell Hernandez, Mark Chan, Len Scheidel, Hermandeep Singh, Brian Bustos, Pawan Carr, Hans Moons, Jonelle Medina, Michael Germino, Andrew Redden, and Van Tu. With DAS, and it's quite a long list of Division of Administrative Services, Jamie Little, Jennifer Russo, Evan Markstrom, Gina Hostrup, Phoebe Khan, Yelena Galbina, Naresh Damodar, Abigail Ruiz, Neil Lal, CJ Flesher, Joni Benig, Jerry Shai, Hai Chow, Swada Dalik, hold on, we're almost there, Brittany Liverett, Sherry Hollis, Jonelle Greenwell, Randy Louie, Frank Benuelos, Danielle De La Torre, Julie Martin, Jackie Hoon, Katie Hill, Sarah Gomez, Antonio Aguilar, Allison Chappelle, Maxine Freeman, Adrian Milan, Jiwei Lee, Claudia Pena. With Office of Chief Counsel, Julie Osborne, who also was involved, many of these people were also involved with the drinking water arrearages. Julie was just a go-to on all of it. It was great. And with our communications office, they were also really great. Jessica Bean, Molly Williams, and Kelsey Thompson Briggs. And just want to congratulate this team. They all stepped up, worked as a team, and got the work done in an amazingly fast period of time, and just could not be more proud of everybody. Even though I don't know you all, I just great work. That's why we get all the work to do, because we actually get it done. So good stuff. I don't know if there's anyone to take a picture here or not, but just want to thank you.
Actually, and Karen, I think you deserve a Superior Accomplishment Award for being able to read through so many names and so well. I will just say, I know, with public forum, I have to also hit names, and you did extremely well. I can't express enough how just incredible this work has been because of the direct impact on so many Californians in a time that we know the affordability of our water systems is so front of mind. And on the wastewater side, here we're, the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, and to have a program that is so directly benefited so many of our wastewater systems that and our systems that so often are out of sight, out of mind, and the complexity so different from drinking water, where we had all these programs, these touch points, and you guys truly created something that just didn't exist, and in so quick a fashion to be able to support Californians. I just can't thank you enough, and really appreciate that we've as a tradition created this space to be able to acknowledge you all, because we're up here, we get the heat, but also the praise, and you all actually deserve all of that praise. We'll take the heat, don't worry about that. So here, we don't have a photographer, but you have me, and I am going to take a photo of you. So thank you all.
Chair Esquivel, when you get that photo, is it worth having folks pivot around so we can have the folks on the Zoom as well?
Yes.
So for everybody receiving the Sustained Superior Accomplishment Award who are participating via Zoom, if you can go ahead and join by turning on your camera, you will be captured in a little bit once we get the group up.
And thank you all for the time to quickly do this.
I just want to also add that I know you have a huge team and we're seeing them pop up on the screen now, but it's also great to see so many of you here in person today. I know everyone's starting to trickle back into the building, and so just wonderful to see so many faces again.
Huge thanks to everyone, and just thank you again. And I took a photo with them here in the shot, but I will also turn around and take this shot too, with Sean in it, no less. Thank you all. Thank you. Again, appreciate everyone's patience and space and opportunity to honor incredible work. Next, we can move on to public forum, and that is an opportunity of anyone from the public wishing to address the board on an item not calendared before the board to do so, and would like to call up, I think, here on the forum, Zoom forum, Nick Jocelyn.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
This morning, the main stem of the Scott is not passable by fish. It's lower than it was last year, which was a worse water year that had no curtailments yet in effect. The Shasta has only briefly been above the mandated 50 CFS, with no protection being given to taxpayer-funded 1707 in-stream water that should be an additional 7 to 8 CFS. My family got to the Shasta Valley in 1854 and ranched for nearly 170 years. The climate and availability of water in the early days was much more conducive to ranching. Yet there have always been supply side issues for out of stream users, and that's the nature of ranching. There was good years and bad years. Within this century, we've seen more bad years than good. Something has changed in nature. We are drier and we are warmer, but it has little effect on the production of hay. In fact, production of cow food occupies more acreage than ever in the Shasta Valley. In drought, hay prices rise, so field production rises to take advantage of the market. Now, groundwater extraction pulls 100 CFS of water from the subsurface formation that fills the Shasta River. The increased production that aims to chase high prices has rapidly tipped the ecosystem out of balance. Fish counts have plummeted in the last 2 decades as a result of this imbalance. This hay production is one use of the river that is necessary to balance with other uses. Yet this use is completely out of balance with the environment. So you essentially have the superhuman task of balancing users who may or may not even be reasonable or beneficial given the current conditions. The California Water Board has thus far been heavily favoring a status quo based on historic overallocation of water for out-of-stream needs, even while the quote, beneficial uses of this water harms other users. The term reasonable, when we speak of water use, has taken on a mythical air. Is it reasonable that public trust and tribal uses of rivers have always been junior users? This inequity has come at the expense of prehistoric beneficial in-stream users that predate European colonialization. Science and law are on the side of in-stream water use and users, but thus far in the Water Board's short history, power and politics have trumped science, law, and justice for river-dependent communities. It should not be a superhuman task to balance in-stream and out-of-stream water needs when it is apparent that an ecosystem is in collapse and needs a voice. That's why I'm here today. With the recent fish kills in the Klamath River after the McKinney fire, the importance of the Scott and Shasta cannot be overstated. In the Scott and Shasta, we have 2 perfect examples of rivers whose salmon productivity is greatly impaired by agricultural users. To achieve balance between all users, you're going to be required to deliver honest truths about ranching in these valleys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Appreciate your voice and here addressing the board. And note that there's extensive work that we're doing on the Scott and the Shasta in a very historic way here, and also agree that we need to do better. So thank you. I believe that's all we have for public forum, Ms. Townsend.
We did have a couple other individuals come in. One is in the room and one has already joined us on the platform. Next up would be, that is available at least, is Doug Obigi.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Luffer. Mr. Obigi, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for the delay there. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Doug Obigi. I'm an attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I just wanted to briefly address the board regarding the petition for emergency rulemaking that we submitted to the board yesterday. The petition requests that the board adopt emergency regulations to fully implement the minimum in-stream flows included in the 2018 amendments to the Bay Delta Plan, which the plan requires would be fully implemented, quote, by 2022. As you know, and as the petition documents, those flows have not been implemented, nor have the flows required by Decision 1641 and the 2006 amendments to the Water Quality Control Plan. And as a result, the flows on the Tuolumne, Merced, and Stanislaus are dramatically lower than what's called for. What the board has determined is the minimum necessary for reasonable protection of salmon and other native fish and wildlife, and is even below what the board has determined would not provide adequate protection, i.e. the Decision 1641 standards. With the petition, the board clearly has the authority to adopt these regulations. The board has adopted emergency regulations on the Scott and Shasta rivers, as you just mentioned, as well as on Mill and Deer Creek, which the board is considering to renew again today. We support the efforts by the board to use emergency regulations to protect fish and wildlife from unreasonable levels of water diversions. And we believe that the board now has the opportunity to do so on the Tuolumne, Merced, and Stanislaus rivers. And we urge the board to grant the petition and move forward with an emergency rulemaking process. In our view, this accomplishes two real goals that are valuable for the board. One is that it would provide protection for salmon and the health of these rivers in 2023. Absent this regulation, an emergency regulation, it appears that the board would not implement the lower San Joaquin flow objectives in 2023 and may not be able to implement them in 2024, despite the obligations of the plan. Second, we recognize that there are some tricky issues in developing the regulation, and working through an emergency regulation would allow the board to implement it immediately and learn from implementation as it revises and develops the permanent regulation to fully implement those flow objectives. So we see both short-term and long-term benefits. The board can act very quickly with emergency regulation, and we urge the board again to grant the petition. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Obigi. Appreciate your time. And in person, I believe we have Daryl Lucian. Good morning, Mr. Lucian. Glad you can join us. You may need to turn the microphone on there. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, esteemed and venerable, good to see you again, and board members as well. Daryl Lucian, I am here on behalf of Central Basin Municipal Water District, which is a water wholesaler that is a Met member agency in Southern California. Although not formally here on behalf of this organization, I look forward to having some conversations in the future, Mr. Chairman, serving as the interim executive director of the California African American Water Education Foundation, which is an organization comprised of the the water agencies that predominantly serve Black Californian water ratepayers. Notwithstanding that introduction, here to comment a little bit to you all, and we will certainly follow up with a letter to your counterparts in other agencies and departments and boards as is necessary. The California Water Supply Plan that the governor released, I believe it was last week, wholeheartedly and fully agree with everything in that plan, although we're a little disappointed by the fact that when we talk about water recycling and the value that that can have in terms of urban water reuse and conservation, there's very little, there's nothing in there, at least that we saw, in relation to the importance of providing funding for interconnections. You can grant, and we would fully support all of the resources that are needed, for example, for Met to build a top-of-the-line recycling facility. But ultimately, Met is going to send that water to us, and we are lacking in the interconnections necessarily to get those to the end customers. Obviously, because we're an urban area, there is there's going to be substantial difficulty in us trying to work with our retailers and potentially future customers to try and balance out the need to sort of build those facilities. And so what I think we would like to present to the board and request is that you all pay a little bit more attention when you're talking about water recycling to interconnections, so that once obviously that water is filtered and produced, we can actually get it out to the ratepayers, and we can begin to offset the use of potable water for means other than drinking water. And I'll conclude my remarks with that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you incredibly, Mr. Lucien. Really appreciate all your comments here today. And we tried to keep the document as brief as we could, and know that there is a lot of follow-on work there and consolidations and these interconnections between systems that build that resiliency is definitely part of this board's discussion. And we'd love to continue to make sure we've been working with folks like the Water Replenishment District, many entities, and love to strengthen the relationship with Central Basin around where those opportunities are, how they see their sphere of influence and those potentials to be able to better serve. We know that we need to really be more efficient in the way we view these systems. And to your point, make sure we're thinking of the communities that we serve ultimately. So really appreciate all those points. Thank you.
And Chair Esquivel, we did have one additional individual, Deirdre Desjardins, who asked to submit a public forum card, but she has not yet joined the platform, and she will be speaking on the hydro update as well.
Okay, it looks like she may have just gone on now, and so we can call up Deirdre. I will note, I haven't done this yet, and I do try to, accommodate as much as we can, but we kind of can't have a rolling public forum, and so we'll, I think, at future public forums, cut off at the start of the forum, perhaps, or try to limit what can sometimes be an ongoing number of folks that might want to sign on for public forum after we've started the meeting. Ms. Desjardins, good for you to join us this morning. Glad to accommodate.
And my apologies, Chair Esquivel.
It's okay.
So I wanted to talk a bit about the state auditor's audit of the DWR's modeling, which the Water Board relies on. And I know I want to extend my condolences to the Water Board staff. I know this is probably very difficult and time-consuming process. The state auditor was saying it was going to take 2,900 hours. But I've been looking into the history, and there's an issue in 2009. It's not just the Water Board. There's a systemic issue of not having adequate independent review of modeling and not having information available about the accuracy of the modeling that's being used. And it goes back many years. In 2009, a group of modelers, including modelers from the Water Board, Jay Lund from UC Davis, modelers from DWR, and many other agencies wrote a letter to the Cal Fed Bay Delta Authority and the science director and said, we have to take these models and we have to, have better understanding of their accuracy, better documentation of their limitations. We have to have independent review. And so I've been writing a series of blog posts about some of the issues, but it's a long-standing issue and it's something that really needs more funding. And I hope it's something that will come out of the audit and be useful, because as decision makers, the board, stakeholders, everybody needs information about the accuracy of these models. And when people rely on models that forecast water that isn't there, there's just huge systemic issues. And the board, I think, was sort of caught. I appreciate all that you're doing and with the staff you have, and it's an enormous task. So anyway, I just wanted to say I'm looking at that. We're also looking at the Delta Science Program that had a integrated modeling steering committee that did some recommendations, but they really missed the issue of the accuracy, not only of the runoff forecast, but also of the calcium model that all of the state water contractors are relying on. The delivery capability report projected that in a 2-year drought, state water project contractors would get 33% of their contract amounts, and in a 4-year drought, 22%. And they're getting 5%, and that's a huge issue. There's systemic vulnerability that's created when these models are run. So that concludes my remarks, and I wanted to thank you for giving me time today.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I appreciate your just consistent and good advocacy around the need to improve our decision making. You've heard me speak quite a bit at this board about the importance of data and getting a lot better around its quality, and the modeling that then stems from it as well. And we do have a pretty complicated landscape out there. These aren't easy challenges to tease out sometimes. There is calcium, we have SAC-WAM, there's different models for different purposes, different assumptions that may be in them. And I think that we all have to be honest with their limitations and continue to have an eye toward how, to your point, we just be better decision makers. So welcome the audit, welcome always independent review and look into our work, so long as the conclusions are supported by the findings. And so here, just thanks, appreciate your comments this morning. Ms. Townsend, anyone further?
Don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. And do know we have this forum for just this very reason. Just hopefully folks sign up before we start the meeting. So yeah, it's easier to be able to navigate our schedule. So thanks everyone, and appreciate your time this morning. Okay, that allows us now then to move on to board business. And the first item up for adoption will be consideration of the board meeting minutes from the August 2nd board meeting. Do you have any edits, comments? And otherwise, a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt the August 2nd board meeting minutes.
Board member.
I'll second.
Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board member Moore. Aye.
Aye.
Vice Chair. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. Next, we can move on to our first informational item. And I will also note for those that didn't catch, there was an update to the agenda, and item number 3 will be postponed to a future board meeting. Wanted to make sure, I should have said that there at the top. But now we can move on to item number 2, our informational drought update and current hydrologic conditions. And we have Ms. Julie Rosardo. And Mr. Riley Nolan. Good to see you both. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Riley Nolan. I will be giving today's drought update. If we could go to the next slide, please. I will start off with an update on today's hydrologic conditions, followed by an update on the specific watersheds with active emergency curtailment regulations in place. I will then hand the presentation over to Julie Rosardo for an update on the Division of Water Rights enforcement activities, which will be followed by the Division of Drinking Waters portion of the drought update. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we have an overview of major reservoirs throughout the state of California. And as you can see, most reservoirs are well below historical averages for this point in the year. To name a few, Shasta is at approximately 1.6 million acre feet, or 55% of its historical average. Oroville storage is just under 1.4 million acre feet, or 62% of its historical average. And Folsom storage is in relatively good shape at just over 500,000 acre feet, or 90% of its historical average. Next slide, please. I'll also give a brief overview of information on selected south of Delta reservoirs, starting with Pyramid Lake. which is at approximately 93% of capacity. Kachuma Reservoir is at 41% capacity and 57% of average. Diamond Valley Lake is at 65% capacity, and San Luis Reservoir is at 30% of capacity and 73% of average. Next slide, please. The drought monitor for California as of August 9th shows that nearly the entire state is in at least the severe drought category, with the majority of the San Joaquin Valley experiencing exceptional drought, just highlighting how dire the situation is in the San Joaquin Valley. The majority of the Sacramento Valley is experiencing extreme drought as well. We did see a small shift from extreme to severe drought in the southeast of the state due to some seasonal monsoonal precipitation that occurred since the previous hydrologic update. Next slide, please. Similarly, the drought monitor for the Colorado River watershed shows that the majority of the watershed is experiencing at least severe drought conditions, with the majority of the state of Utah experiencing extreme drought. Next slide, please. We'd also like to give a brief overview of levels at Lake Mead and Lake Powell, starting with Lake Mead, which is at 1,041.62 feet as of August 11th. And this is in comparison to its power pool, minimum power pool of 950 feet and dead pool of 895 feet. And the graph to the left has been shown in previous drought updates, but it highlights the decline in water levels over the past 22 years, just showing the severity of the mega drought that we find ourselves in. Next slide, please. Similarly, levels in Lake Powell have declined significantly over the past 22 years. And as of August 10th, water level was at 3,534 feet. And this is in comparison to a minimum power pool of 3,490 feet and dead pool of 3,370 feet. Next slide, please. The monthly temperature outlook for the United States shows that the majority of the country is expected to be above normal for the remainder of the month, with much of California in the leaning above normal category, with a 40 to 50% chance of temperatures being above normal. I'd also like to highlight that a large portion of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta watershed is in the likely above normal category, with a 50 to 60% chance of temperatures being above normal for the remainder of the month. Next slide, please. I'll now get into the watershed-specific updates, starting with the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta watershed. The emergency regulation for the Delta watershed was readopted on July 20th. The notice of proposed rulemaking was issued on July 25th. Staff submitted the emergency regulation package to the Office of Administrative Law for their review and approval on August 2nd. And last Friday, August 12th, OAL approved the emergency regulation, and it went into effect upon filing with the Secretary of State later that day. The table to the left of the slide details curtailments currently in effect in each of the sub-watersheds in the Delta watershed. As a reminder, sub-watersheds with a priority date of first curtailment of watershed are curtailed to the overall status of the broader watershed. So for example, the Upper Feather River is curtailed to watershed, meaning curtailments go back to 1920. Where it says riparian, all water right holders and claimants in that sub-watershed are curtailed. More broadly, curtailments in the Sacramento River watershed and legal delta go back to 1920, and curtailments in the San Joaquin River watershed go back to 1888. I will note that a few sub-watersheds have more senior curtailments currently in effect, and that last week's curtailment status update did reflect some sporadic precipitation that was observed throughout the watershed. I'd also like to note that additional curtailments will likely go into effect tomorrow in the Sacramento River watershed, and this is due to this subdivision of the readopted and approved emergency regulation that allows for the protection of foregone diversions from the Sacramento River settlement contractors and Feather River contractors. So staff working on the Delta Drought effort will issue a curtailment status update later today, and those curtailments will go into effect tomorrow. We'd also like to remind water right holders and claimants in the Delta watershed to check the Delta Drought webpage to see their exact curtailment status, and that there's no resubmission of compliance certification forms or exception requests necessary under the readopted and reapproved emergency regulation. Next slide, please. I'll give a very high-level overview on Mill and Deer Creeks. There's been no in-stream flow requirement as of July 1st, and accordingly, the related curtailment orders to implement those flows have been lifted, though other curtailments, including those issued under the Delta Watershed Emergency Regulation or Term 91, may still apply. And as I'm sure you're aware, the proposed readoption of the emergency regulation will be heard later today under item 5. Next slide, please. Under the Russian River, as was mentioned in the last update, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, approved a variance that will reduce flows from the Potter Valley project into the Russian River watershed. The Drought Working Group for the FERC variance met and has decided that the in-stream flow requirement will remain at 5 CFS. And this group meets bi-weekly and will revisit the issue in 2 weeks. Staff have posted a revised curtailment status list in response to the reduced flows following the FERC variance. And curtailments and correlative reductions are in place for certain water rights in August. And that curtailment status list is published online at the Russian River Drought webpage. You can see the link on the slide. The voluntary water sharing program has been temporarily suspended due to insufficient supply available for sharing. VSA participants must cease or reduce diversions in accordance with their curtailment status listed on the Russian River Drought webpage. Staff working on the Russian River Drought effort will continue to monitor conditions and provide updates as appropriate. Next slide, please. Storage in Lake Mendocino is just under 50,000 acre-feet as of August 11th. Current storage levels in the lake have remained fairly steady since June, only beginning to decline recently in mid-July. And throughout July, flows at the USGS Capellas gauge hovered around 80 to 90 CFS, but following the FERC flow variance approval on July 27th, those incoming flows have decreased to 29 CFS. That was as of August 11th. Next slide, please. Onto the Scott and Shasta rivers. All surface and groundwater rights remain curtailed in the Scott River watershed. As of 7:30 a.m. this morning, the flow in the USGS gauge near Fort Jones was 2.88 CFS. In the Shasta River watershed, all water rights are conditionally curtailed to a priority date of April 1st, 1885. And water right holders are required to coordinate diversions with the Scott Valley and Shasta Valley Water Master District and the State Water Board as applicable. As of 8 a.m. this morning, the flow at the USGS gauge near Wairika was 44.1 CFS. The division continues to review and approve groundwater local cooperative solutions in the Scott River watershed, and the proposals and approved solutions are available on the webpage shown on the slide. Next slide, please. So briefly, before handing it over to Julie Rosardo for an update on water right enforcement activities, I'd just like to provide a brief update on the conservation numbers provided by the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. We don't have a slide for this information, so I'll just speak to it briefly. Preliminary data for July 2022 indicate that total water use is 9.8% lower than in July of 2020, which continues the improved savings that were realized following the board's latest emergency regulation. And with 72% of total urban water supplier population represented in the July savings, the final value will likely be within a couple decimal points of the 9.8% number. And with that, I'll hand it over to Julie. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give a brief water right enforcement update. I will not be going into the detail on reading all the stats, but you guys can see we've got a variety of activities going on statewide. And although we've highlighted the Sacramento, San Joaquin, Scott, and Shasta and Russian River watersheds in this display, we do have a statewide year-round presence in investigating water right complaints that come to us throughout the state, regardless of curtailment status. Of course, inspections are ongoing in all curtailed watersheds with a specific focus, as you can see here. The Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds, we have 60 pending complaint investigations. In Scott and Shasta, we have 47 pending complaint investigations. And then in Russian River watershed, we have 15 pending complaint investigations. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea, just a reminder, the Drought webpage is the best place to go to get the updates on all the different curtailed watersheds. And for very specific email updates, please remember to subscribe to our LIRIS list. The links are here. And with that, I wanted to move it over to Eric with the Division of Drinking Water. Next slide, please.
And as we transition, just want to say thank you again for what I know is just an incredible amount of work when we reflect on the scale and scope of curtailments that are actively happening here and the number of touch points we have with a number of water right holders. I want to thank all those that are complying, that are really listening to the information that the board is providing, letting folks know where there is or isn't water available to their priority, and appreciate the enforcement work that is also critically in part of that, because we are out there and putting resources to ensuring that we are trying our best to meet what are these minimum flows and these challenging conditions that we have in the watershed. So I just wanted, as we transition, to really acknowledge and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Mr. Ayala will be here with us remotely.
This is Eric Zuniga. I wanted to present the DDW update. No problem.
Wrong name on my agenda. Good to see you, Mr. Zuniga.
I figured that was me. Let's go to the next slide. And I have a quick update for this board meeting. Next slide is the drought response triage. So we have 137 drought orders. And as of yesterday, we did release 127 more. Actually brings our total with some rescinded phase 1 systems up to 264 total drought orders that have been issued. So the numbers will change accordingly. Your drought emergency is going to stay the same, that the number of systems experiencing a drought emergency wouldn't have changed with this effort. The same thing with the drought warning. The drought warning numbers won't change with that effort either. The ones that we know have issues are still the ones that have issues. Of those 38 drought warning systems, there are 4 that are non-drought related that we are tracking because a water outage issue is a DDW issue, and we're still tracking that regardless. So most of these new drought orders will end up on the drought watch. I want to make a quick point that we're really looking at what type of information do we need if this 3rd year of drought becomes a 4th year of drought. What sort of systems do we need to keep an eye on? What sort of water systems are we concerned with? What information do we need to know so we're prepared for a potential 4th year of drought? And really, that's the intent of doing all this work sort of like in the middle of the summer, is we really need to be prepared for the future and in the event that something worse happens and conditions do not improve. So let's go to the next slide just to show you a quick picture of statewide what drought orders are looking like. So again, a pretty good spread around the state, but certain concentrations, of course, in the Central Valley and in the Russian River. And as you heard, the Russian River curtailments being reapplied, it certainly is at a really good timing. And the orders that we've issued so far, we have noted that some of them do know some issues that have been cropping up. So we believe that these drought orders have been identifying some folks before they fail. So certainly that is the cause of the result of this is that we will get to track those more closely and be able to intervene much sooner so that they don't run out of water. Next slide, please. So the dry wells reported, so 252 dry wells reported across the state in the last 30 days, and it's still an increase, a 4% increase from the previous 30 days. We are at a high level of dry wells reported, so any increase is not good news. We did complete a drought reporting workshop on the 9th. We had great attendance compared to the number of orders we had issued at the time. We did record this webinar as a training, and we are updating the user guide, which will be emailed, I believe, tomorrow to all of the folks that are drought reporting. So, and then that'll also, both of those documents will be available through the reporting portal once folks log into the portal to report. And as of last week, we had 115 of the 202 water systems submitted all drought reports. We're still working on getting new accounts for some of the newer folks, but we are seeing some reports starting to come in through the portal. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. Anything further, Ms. Rosardo, Mr. Nolan? And board members, any questions or comments or anything to reflect and acknowledge? Good to see you, Board Member Firestone. Apologies. I know. Good to see you.
I have a few questions.
Yes, please.
I have a few questions of Ms. Rizzardo. Could you please, Ms. Townsend, pull up the slide of the different watersheds and the complaints and investigations? It's probably about 5 slides back. There we go. Thank you. All right, Ms. Rizzardo, could you talk a little bit about process? So how do you typically receive complaints? Is there a link on a website that we could point out for the public? And then also, what is the division doing? And perhaps this is also a question of the Division of Water Rights doing to get information out about how to file a complaint?
Great question. So our complaint process starts with the Cal EPA complaint portal. So Cal EPA has a portal. It includes a place where folks can submit water right complaints as well as other types of environmental complaints. So that is basically the starting point for the water right complaint process. We do have that link available on our main Drought webpage, and we do frequently make that link available whether we're in workshops or whether we're sending out information from Division of Water Rights. If somebody does contact us by phone or by email and is not sure where to submit their water right complaint, we do refer them to the portal, or if necessary, we'll help them navigating the portal to get their complaint submitted. But that's basically where the complaints process starts. Then we evaluate those complaints, we assign them to staff, and we look to see, we do an evaluation to see where they're located, what kind of information we already may have in terms of desktop information. We do cross checks with if it's a curtailed watershed. We look at a whole variety of criteria when we're looking at those complaints. And then we organize and evaluate those complaints, and we work that into our inspection process. So that includes boots on the ground, field inspections, as well as we've been doing some virtual inspections. Those are new as of the pandemic. We've been, I think, pretty successful in incorporating those as well as just the desktop sort of investigation we do. And we do watershed-wide reconnaissance. So in addition to individual complaints that we investigate, when we're out in an area, a lot of times we're looking at the entire watershed, getting a good handle on what's going on. Of course, we do try to be efficient if we're in a certain watershed and we have more than one complaint in that watershed. We are trying to be efficient with how we are utilizing those boots on the ground resources. And I won't get into all the investigative details, but there's an entire process then that happens with investigations all the way through to the resolution of those. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes. And then could you also talk a little bit about, I know that this is just anecdotal information that I have where water right holders will say that they know that there are illegal diversions going on. And of course, whenever I hear that, I encourage the filing of complaints. But I do also get the sense that there's a bit of a resistance of, neighbor turning on neighbor. And so how involved is it to fill out a complaint, and how involved do you have to be? In other words, can you remain anonymous? Does the person whom the complaint is filed against, do they know who filed the complaint? And then that would be, say an extreme case where someone, a complainant wants to remain anonymous. And then what about the other extreme case where maybe a complainant has a lot of information and they want to be very engaged? So if you could speak to those two different examples and maybe provide recommendations.
Certainly. So in our complaints process in the Cal EPA complaint portal, there is a place to indicate if you would like to remain anonymous. So people can include that. We do our best. Of course, can be difficult to get the detail of information we need with an anonymous complaint sometimes, but people can choose to remain anonymous. However, if they don't, we will include them in basic status updates, very high level information. If we need to get additional information from them, beyond what they've submitted on the portal, we will certainly do that. But then as we get more into our investigation process, there is a level of evidence development, case development, and a lot of internal workings that are in addition to the information the complainants have submitted from the outside. So think of the case development as a giant umbrella, and a very important part of that is information from the complainants, but it's not the only part of our internal case development. And that's really important, I think, for the public to understand. So I think the other question you said is, folks want to be engaged, and I understand. It's really frustrating when you submit something and you haven't heard back what's going on and you haven't seen a specific action taken. I will say that it does take time to properly develop these water right cases. And many times it is not as simple as the complaint that came in the door. It becomes a watershed-wide issue, or it becomes multiple complaints in one case. And so it does take time. And I just encourage folks to continue to be patient with us as we conduct our investigation, and know that we do place a great deal of importance on that information complainants bring, but it's not the only piece of information that we use when we're doing investigations.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. And thank you for that exchange. And thank you, Ms. Rizzardo. I know we're not over-resourced for this work. The board has never had the luxury of being over-resourced. But I want to thank what have been actual resources committed by this administration, by this legislature, to the board in a way that we haven't necessarily seen before. We haven't seen before, full stop. So thank you. I appreciate that and appreciate the exchange. I did want to make a note. Today, I know there is a lot of news going around about the Colorado River and progress or not on commitments to continuing to reduce our demand on that system. It's a very similar discussion we all well know to one that we have here about the Bay Delta, about our stressed watersheds, and how we continue to do better. And know that when it comes to the announcement that the governor made here last Thursday, the framework that we're all working under, where conservation is a really critical part, we need to continue to conserve and make the investments that help ease those pressures on those stress systems. California is here to do its part. It has been doing its part. The $3.3 billion that this board invested just last year, 1.2 of which was in water recycling, is 72,000 acre feet of less dependence on those stress systems. And so just want to note that we are here to do our part. So much so that I don't know if it was completely caught, but we do have preliminary numbers for our conservation here in July. And here with 72% of total urban water suppliers representing the population reporting, we are at 9.8% lower than we were in July of 2020. So July of 2022 was 9.8% lower statewide. These are aggregate numbers. But that's critical savings. Those are savings that are on top of already 16% savings that still are holdover from 2015, so recent here. So the ability and leadership of this state to continue to do what we need to do, powered by here Californians embracing the call to conserve, is not lost on me. And here we'll just continue to do our part in California and help support the feds in what we know is a very difficult circumstance here amongst us all in the West. Anything further, board members? Comments, questions? Board Member McGuire.
A request. Thank you for the presentation, really helpful and informative today. And when I look at this is my update. on the drought and how we're doing with curtailments and the level of impact this is having on different watersheds. And I think for a lot of the public, this is their update as well. So my request is, I think you do a great job of describing kind of the depth of the curtailments in several of the watersheds, including the Delta and including Scott and Shasta and Mill and Deer. But when I look at the Russian River update today, it doesn't actually convey, the depth of the curtailments. And I recall last year they were quite severe and impacting almost all the water right holders in the upper watershed in particular. So I think just at your next update, if you could include that information about how that's been evolving, especially in light of the voluntary agreement, not really being a tool that we can utilize this year. I'd appreciate that update. Thanks.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Okay. I think that concludes this informational item then. Thank you. I appreciate always the incredible work I know that's going on and the opportunity to be updated on it.
And Chair Escobar, we do have
we have two
public
commenters.
speakers.
Better. We have two commenters before we close this out, and apologize. And would like to call up Kaya Rivers, who will be followed by Deirdre Desjardins.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. Hello, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Thank you for this very informational drought update, and thank you, board, for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, highlighting the need to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water. As the number of households and communities that lose access to water rapidly increases, funding to support these communities must be readily accessible. Communities that have unreliable access to water due to drought, overdraft, and failing infrastructure issues should be able to easily find the funding they need in order to resolve their current drinking water complications. Communities that face drinking water emergencies already deal with the stress of losing dependable drinking water in violation of their human right to water, and should not have to deal with the additional burden of searching to find funding to restore their access to water. Funding opportunities that are available to communities and households should be compiled by the state in one place that is simple to locate and understand. CWC is currently working with the manager of a deteriorating community well on the Central Coast. They have been searching for weeks to find funding to support the cost of drilling a well, which must be drilled twice as deep as mandated by Monterey County due to nitrate contamination from nearby farms. This could cost up to $90,000. Even though this well is double the cost of a typical well, due to this county mandate, the county has not offered them any financial support. In situations like this, it is crucial that funding opportunities can be easily located by disadvantaged communities. Ultimately, to ensure that disadvantaged communities have sustainable access to drinking water, long-term solutions must be prioritized, while consolidations must be expedited in order to reduce the amount of communities and households that experience drinking water insecurity. Additionally, groundwater extraction must be reduced and managed to ensure that groundwater levels are high enough to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water, and water quality issues are not worsened by groundwater pumping. As the State Water Board reviews the revised groundwater sustainability plans, I urge the board to ensure that GSA's plans account for drinking water needs. I encourage the State Water Board and Department of Water Resources to work together to ensure that drinking water needs are truly protected in these revised plans, or else welcome them to make the necessary changes during the probationary period under the State Water Board's jurisdiction. Thank you, board, for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers, as always, for just the continued focus, attention, and resources and collaboration around what we know one of the greatest challenges we have before this board, which is access to clean water. And no, I believe board member Firestone and McGuire will be actually traveling to the Central Coast later this week to tour and to continue to better understand what it sounds like and appreciate the flag of a particular project. Please do circle with our Division of Financial Assistance. Always interested in making sure that we're understanding how we best support the work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Deirdre Desjardins. Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you, Chair Escobar, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I just wanted to say, so the decreases in runoff efficiency that we've seen in the Colorado River Basin that are just the canary in the coal mine. And the Sierra Watershed is unfortunately experiencing lesser, but we think similar kind of decreases in runoff efficiency that point to long-term aridification. So the peak snowpack in Colorado this year was 91% of long-term average, but runoff is much less. One of the reasons is there's an increase in atmospheric thirst. The Desert Research Institute found a huge, mostly unnoticed increase in atmospheric thirst across the West, particularly in the Southwest, but also in California. And unfortunately, there's a positive feedback as atmospheric thirst increases and you're in a water limited region, the soil dries out more and you get increased heat flux, and then there's increased atmospheric thirst. And that's one of the processes driving the reduction in runoff. The other process, there's this land atmosphere interaction that's not captured in our current models. The runoff is the earth becomes then like a dry sponge because of this increased atmospheric thirst. And in the Colorado River Basin, they found its soil conditions the previous fall are predictive of reduced runoff. But that's not captured in our California models. And unfortunately, all of the climate change projections, the Department of Water Resources is projecting a 4% increase in Sacramento River runoff with climate change. And I was like, that just looks wrong. And I went and looked, and they're using runoff models that are calibrated from data from 2003 and before. And the atmosphere has just changed. Unfortunately, this is used for SGMA. This is used for the Water Storage Investment Program. It's used for the Delta Conveyance Project. And it's another thing where we're using the past as a guide to the future. And it's why we haven't anticipated this. It is aridification. And it's this long-term drying. We're just going to get less runoff, punctuated by periods of extreme flooding, as the Arc storm showed, but generally significantly less runoff for a given amount of precipitation or snowpack. So in looking at curtailment, in looking at drought planning, I just wanted the board to be mindful of this. And I'll give you more information as I find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins, and wholly agree that we need to continue to get better about actually matching up our uses and our demands to what is actually available and what we can reasonably expect to be available. And it is certainly an evolving science, and one that willing to very much embrace and know that it's core to our success here. So thank you. Okay, that brings us to the conclusion of commenters for the informational item, and apologies for sometimes almost glossing over them. I apologize, truly. Okay, next, let's move on to our next item, which will be item number 4. This is a consideration of a proposed resolution and adoption of Clean Act Water Section 401 water quality certification and waste discharge requirements for restoration projects statewide, also known as the Statewide Restoration General Order, thankfully. I just want to acknowledge as we start to gather that this has been an incredible collaborative effort across the state with so many entities, but certainly including sustainable conservation and others. And so just thanks everyone for this work. This restoration general order comes at a time when we need to be doing restoration at scale, better, faster, because the climate crisis is upon us. And we know that restoration is a critical tool here amongst us as we try to reconcile these damaged systems that we've all inherited for a future climate. So with that, just thank you and kick it off to our team here. I think we can get started.
Okay. Good morning, board chair, vice chair, board members, and everyone. Today I'll be speaking to agenda item number 4, consideration of a proposed resolution and adoption of Clean Water Act 401 water quality certification and waste discharge requirements for restoration projects statewide, also referred to as the Statewide Restoration General Order, and certification of the supporting program environmental impact report. The purpose of the proposed order is to expedite consultation and authorization of eligible restoration projects that do not qualify for coverage under the General Water Quality Certification for Small Habitat Restoration. My name is Jessica Nadolski. I'm a Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor with Division of Water Quality. With me today in the room is Watersheds and Wetlands Section Manager Paul Hann. Serena Liu from the Office of Chief Counsel is joining us via Zoom. Additionally, joining us at the table are Erica Lovejoy from Sustainable Conservation and Meredith Parkin from ESA. Sustainable Conservation and ESA have provided technical assistance for this effort. Next slide, please. This brief presentation will provide an overview of changes presented in the proposed final documents and resource areas included in the Statement of Overriding Considerations. Then I'll present recommended changes discussed on the change sheet issued last Friday, August 12th, and also available at the back of the room for those who are here in person today. The last slide of the presentation provides a reminder of the list of eligible project types provided for authorization under the order. Next slide, please. State Water Board received comments that the definition of restoration is too broad and, as written, could potentially authorize non-restoration projects. In response, the proposed final order, Section 5, page 2, was revised to add, the approving Water Board determines if a proposed project meets the definition of a restoration project and is eligible for authorization under this order. This adds to the requirement that the approving Water Board may only authorize a proposed project of an eligible restoration type under this order if it determines that 1, the project meets the definition of a restoration project as defined in the order, 2, the project adopts and implements all appropriate general protection measures and CEQA mitigation measures to protect water quality and beneficial uses, 3, the project proponent fulfills all approving Water Board requirements for project information and reporting, and 4, the project is designed to protect water quality and beneficial uses in accordance with regional or statewide water quality control plans. Next slide, please. Comments were received regarding the appropriateness of using the proposed order to cover complex projects, especially those within certain ecologically sensitive areas of the state without additional public involvement. In response, the proposed final order, Section 3, page 2, was amended to include the addition of a required 21-day public notice by the approving Water Board of a notice of intent, or NOI, for an individual project proposed for authorization under the order. This will allow for public participation and comment on future individual projects proposed to be authorized by this order. Additionally, the proposed final order provides an opportunity for use of a project-specific CEQA document to address more complex projects with the potential for additional impacts than those included in the program EIR. Project proponents are further encouraged to collaborate with other applicable regulatory agencies in coordination with the approving water board when seeking authorization under the order, and nothing in the order precludes coordination with currently established regulatory programs or organizations. Next slide, please. Comments are received requesting the board establish set timeframes for board action on restoration project applications, after which approval would be automatic. The Permit Streamlining Act imposes a 30-day deadline to determine whether an application for a project is complete and sets other deadlines for final board action. Although the intent of the order is to streamline project reviews and approvals, no additional mandate pertaining to timeframe is included in the proposed final order due to the range of projects, both in size and type, that may be authorized. The proposed final order, attachment B, page B3, was amended as shown to clarify that the 30-day deadline to determine completeness applies when additional information is submitted following receipt of the notice of intent. Also, the proposed final order has been changed to require a pre-application consultation meeting instead of merely recommending one. Next slide, please. Clarifications were requested for the sections pertaining to project fees and the construction general permit. First, project fees. The current fee schedule includes a reduced fee for certain voluntary restoration projects. Comments received requested clarification regarding whether all projects authorized under the order would be eligible for the reduced fee. A statement was added to the order, section 10, page 4, to clarify projects authorized under this order may not automatically qualify for a particular fee discharge category. The definition of a restoration project in the order is a broader definition than used in the current fee schedule for ecologically restoration and enhancement projects, or EREPs. Appropriate fees will be determined by the current fee regulations and fee schedule at the time of notice of intent submittal for an individual restoration project. Authorization of a project under the order is not determinant of whether a project is a restoration project in the context of the fee schedule. Also note that the fee schedule is renewed on an annual basis and subject to change. Now, the construction general permit. Comments were also received requesting clarification regarding whether the order includes coverage under the construction general permit. Order section 13E, number 9 on page 13, pertaining to the construction general permit, was revised as shown to clearly state this order does not provide coverage under the construction general permit. As applicable, project proponents shall maintain compliance with conditions described in and required by National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, general permit for stormwater discharges associated with construction and land disturbance activities. For ground disturbing activities that do not require enrollment under the NPDES permit, the notice of intent, or NOI, will include appropriate erosion and sediment control measures to be considered by the approving water board. Next slide, please. Recognizing that impacts from this proposed final order were considered at a programmatic level with a reasonable forecasting of effects, staff determined that environmental impacts are unavoidable and cannot be mitigated in a manner that would lessen impact to below the level of significance for the impact categories shown here. Therefore, a statement of overriding considerations was prepared for the impact categories shown. Appendix I of the Consolidated Program EIR provides findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration. This is not to suggest that adverse impacts would always occur through use of the proposed final order, but simply that at a programmatic level, without project-specific details, it is not possible to determine that mitigation measures would reduce the significant impacts to less than significant in all cases. Next slide, please. Following public comment, staff added a standard condition in the proposed final order, section 13D, number 5, page 11, that limited the applicability of the order when an enforcement action is involved. The original proposed addition was intended to address concerns that projects resulting from an enforcement action would not necessarily meet the net increase requirements included as part of the order's definition of a restoration project. As a reminder, a restoration project is defined in the order as one that would result in a net increase in aquatic or riparian resource area functions and/or services through implementation of the eligible project types, relevant general protection measures, and consideration of design guidelines. Upon further consideration following the public workshop held on August 4th, Staff recommends deletion of the text shown pertaining to enforcement actions. The primary reason for the recommended change is that the determination regarding whether the proposed project fully satisfies enforcement obligations is made during the enforcement process. If a project is approved as satisfying enforcement obligations and the project meets the restoration project definition, then the project may proceed under the proposed order. Decisions regarding net benefits would occur during consideration of the enforcement action. If a project proponent responding to enforcement wanting to utilize the order as the permit mechanism to complete the required project and the approving water board agreed, then staff recommends that the approving water board have the discretion to allow the project. Furthermore, the addition presented earlier stating that the approving water board determines if a proposed project meets the definition of a restoration project and is eligible for authorization under this order should result in the authorization of projects that meet all eligibility requirements, including the net increase, regardless of whether an enforcement action was involved or not. Next slide, please. During the public workshop, questions were raised regarding allowable diversions of water under the proposed order. Staff recommends the changes shown in Order Section 13G, number 3, page 16, to clarify the exclusions and prohibited activities pertaining to diversions of water. As shown, water diversions are not within the scope of the order and will require separate permitting approvals with the water boards. However, action to temporarily dewater the construction site of a restoration project or a water diversion that is part of a water conservation project as described in Section A45 of Attachment A could be authorized under this order. Also, off-channel or side-channel projects that require the installation of a flashboard dam, headgate, or other mechanical structures are not within the scope of the order and will require separate permitting approvals with the water boards. However, eligible water conservation projects discussed in Section A45 of Attachment A with these features may be authorized by the approving water board under this order. Water conservation projects as described in page A15 of Attachment A proposed under this order can include off-stream storage tanks and ponds and associated off-channel infrastructure to reduce low-flow stream diversions and enhance stream flows, particularly base flows for fish and wildlife habitat during the dry season. These projects typically require placing infrastructure, example pumps, piping, screens, and headgates in or adjacent to the stream to provide alternative water intake facilities. As stated previously, the approving water board would determine if a proposed water conservation project meets all the requirements of the order. Next slide, please. Lastly, staff recommends a few administrative changes to the proposed final documents via the change sheet. As shown, staff recommends replacing the current National Marine Fisheries Service or NMFS text in Appendix D of the program EIR with links to the repository for these documents at their agency homepage. This will ensure project proponents are viewing the most current version of these documents at all times. Also, staff recommends a few consistency revisions to first amend the definition of a restoration project in Attachment A of the order, page A4, to match the order definition word for word. Second, the order section 13I number 1, page 18 refers to a general construction measure, but the remainder of the order uses the term general protection measure. The recommended change would make all the terms consistent. There's also a verb tense correction recommended for the prologue paragraph of the program EIR on page 1-1. Next slide, please. As a reminder, presented here is the list of eligible project types proposed to be authorized under the order. This concludes the staff presentation. I'd like to ask if the board chair or members have any questions at this time.
Thank you for going through that and balancing what I know are a lot of complex considerations when it comes to how best we ensure that we are maximizing our opportunity to restore, but also doing it in a way that reflects we need to have good decision making here because these are long-standing and then permanent investments we're looking to make. I don't have any questions here. I know we have about 11 commenters. I'll note, I'll kick it over to board members for any questions, comments, any thoughts. We'll have a small break. We'll get into then the commenters and then try to, and then see where it leaves us. And if we'll need to then extend this on the other side of lunch or perhaps just try to wrap up before we take one. So for everyone's planning purposes. I don't have any questions or follow up at this point, but look over to my fellow board colleagues for any comments or questions. Board Member McGuire, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and all the good work that you've done on this restoration order over several years now. I know it's been a long road, and I'm just really thrilled that you're here today, frankly. I do have a question. You had a slide about the permit processing timeframe. And I would say that, one of the fundamental benefits of having an order, a statewide large restoration order like this is the idea that it can help actually accelerate projects and move them forward more quickly. And so my question to you is, how do you anticipate tracking implementation of this order, assuming it goes forward today, in terms of seeing how well it works in accelerating project delivery?
That's a great question. So this is a similar question on the one that came up with our dredger fill procedures a few years back. I want to say up front that it's a little bit complicated by the changes in the federal framework that's been going over the last couple of years. Nevertheless, we do keep track, and we are very careful about our data management of all of the permits that come in through CWICS. We regularly take a look at how our overall permit timelines are tracking. That's one of the performance measures that we have on the performance measures page. We don't specifically on that performance measures page pull out any specific programs or permits, but that's something that in most cases we could do. And if that's something the board would like us to follow up on in the future, we can do that.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that response. I would definitely be interested. I don't know how far down we need to drill into that question, but I would, as we add more unique permits to the fold, could I think be very helpful to understand how those are performing. And this is, I think, a very good example, especially in light of all the discussion today about aridification, the drought, the need to move forward on projects, and the time challenges that we have in getting them completed in a way that they can be useful.
Good morning,
Mr. Crater,
Board Member
please.
McGuire. May I? Yeah.
Yes,
so
please.
Also just to add to that, we are very involved in the Cutting the Green Tape initiative and participating in the annual and semi-annual meetings that we have. We're working closely with the other agencies, and there's a good feedback forum there from practitioners and from agencies that we work with. So in addition to our internal accounting mechanisms using our databases and tracking, we're also going to get some really good qualitative feedback from the groups that we work with, and we've been doing that and we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, thank you. I think on both of those fronts, that's fantastic. Thank you, board member. Appreciate the emphasis. Vice Chair?
Thank you. Yes, I do. Thank you. And thank you for that question, Board Member McGuire. I had a similar question and just appreciate the response that was provided. But in addition, I'm just really excited about this general order, and I know we all are, and would like to see progress. And would like to hear staff's thoughts about updates at the appropriate time, whether it's through the executive director's report or coming back, depending on how you think things are processing. Mr. Crater, the qualitative information you'll be getting. I just know that this is something that we're going to want to continue to receive updates on. We could receive them through briefings, but I think that the general public will be very interested as well.
I would recommend as a start, just given the heavy calendar that the board members are facing, that we plan on providing you periodic updates through the executive director's report. And then perhaps when we accumulate a critical mass for a board member information item, we could return and do an update perhaps a year or later down the road when we've got some data points.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Crater. Yeah, all policy is implementation ultimately. And so this board's mind is already there. So thank you. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. And then that way we can get into our commenters comfortably and carry through the discussion. So 10 minutes, let's go ahead and come back at 11:05. Thanks, everyone.
You need that. Huh? Is it? I'll check.
I know Board Member McGuire will be right back here in a moment, but I think we can start to get started. And thanks everyone for the break. I think our first commenter here will be Brad Henderson from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, and thank you, Board Chair Esquivel and board members for this opportunity today. I'm Brad Henderson. I'm the program manager for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Cutting the Green Tape program. My program's fundamental purpose is to increase the pace and scale of habitat restoration across California, and we believe the statewide restoration general order will do just that. CDFW is therefore pleased to support the board's adoption of the order and certification of the program environmental impact report. We recognize the importance of the Water Board's effort in the broader context of California's biodiversity collaborative, the 30 by 30 initiative, and Cutting Green Tape. CDFW appreciates the many opportunities that we've had to work closely with the State Water Board and Sustainable Conservation during development of the order and the PEIR over the last few years. And as a result, robust measures have been developed to minimize short-term environmental impacts that may occur during the restoration work that we hope will take place. And we also hope that these measures will be used across regulatory agencies to inform permits that will be needed to authorize large restoration projects. With approval of the order and the programmatic EIR, we look forward with anticipation to collaborating with our partners to implement the order. CDFW's ongoing partnerships with the regional boards have been cultivated over the last several years when approving restoration projects under the existing order for small habitat restoration. These relationships will only be strengthened as larger and more ambitious recovery projects come through our shops. We will build on past successes and strive to create the most efficient and cost-effective pathways possible to complete this essential work. Approval of the order and the PEIR represent a significant milestone in our agency's shared goal to restore the biodiversity of our beautiful state in the face of climate change. We commend and support the Water Board's efforts, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Really appreciate the central role that CDFW has also played in this effort and the leadership of Director Bonham in all of this as well. Appreciate that we have this opportunity to be able to do implementation better by working together as state agencies even. And so just appreciate your presence, your support, and the collaboration I know that CDFW has presented in this project. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Van Burk from the Nature Conservancy.
Good morning. My name is Peter Vandenberg. I'm the North Coast Restoration Project Manager for the Nature Conservancy here in California, and I'm calling in to express my support and TNC's support for this proposed Restoration General Order and its associated PEIR. So as we know, California is a biodiversity hotspot, and our state's aquatic habitats are critical to maintaining that biodiversity. But environmental degradation has significantly impacted these sensitive habitats. We've lost at least 90% of our historic wetlands, and an estimated 2/3 of our water bodies are impaired. So if we want to have a chance of addressing the climate crisis and recovering species from the brink of extinction, then it's our responsibility to restore these degraded habitats. However, the permitting process for restoration can be onerous, expensive, and time-consuming. It can kill our gumption when we're thinking about doing restoration in the first place. In some cases, voluntary restoration is subject to the same approval process as development projects. I work primarily on coho salmon restoration in watersheds along the North Coast, and this proposed statewide restoration permit and its PEIR will be an absolute game changer for my work. For the past several years, the only way to efficiently implement my projects was to rely on the CEQA exemption for small habitat restoration projects and the associated permitting pathways. And those pathways limited our projects to just 5 acres and 500 linear feet of stream. As a result, when I was initially planning projects, I was thinking about how to fit within those 500 feet and 5 acres instead of focusing on what's most ecologically beneficial at that site and in this particular point in time. And that seems backwards to me. There's nothing magic about those size limits.
And in a huge state with thousands upon thousands of miles of impaired waterways, trying to restore them at 500 feet at a time is just a Sisyphean task. And it's not going to make a difference. But now things are changing, and this general order is a big part of that, and as is the associated PEIR. It's going to enable us to implement restoration at a pace and scale that's more commensurate with the enormity of the challenges that we face, and it's an important step towards tipping the scales back in our favor. Importantly, it's structured in a way that will allow us to implement bigger, more innovative projects than ever before. So as a result, this order will provide significant benefits to the wildlife and people across our state. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your leadership in pushing restoration to the next level, because we badly need it. Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg, for your participation and your passion around all this. I'm also inspired and really excited about the potential for this to really unlock what's an incredible amount of need. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call Todd Manley, who will be followed in person here by Antonio Alfaro.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you in strong support of the proposed statewide order. As we've discussed in the past, NACWA, along with our members and our partners in the Sacramento Valley Salmon Recovery Program, are engaged in a comprehensive effort to benefit all 4 runs of Chinook salmon in the region through the implementation of projects to address all freshwater life cycle stages of the species. Many of the projects we are implementing would benefit from the adoption of the statewide order, which would accelerate project implementation, allowing more of these much needed habitat projects to be completed each year. In addition to my comments here, we have also submitted written comments of support of the statewide order on behalf of the Northern California Water Association's members and the Floodplain Forward Coalition. Thanks again for the opportunity to support the statewide order.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Next, we have Antonio Alfaro, who's will be followed by Nick Blair. Good morning. I think you still need to turn on the mic. Apologies. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Antonio Alfaro with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, also known as Valley Water. We are the water supply, flood protection, and environmental stewardship agency for the 2 million people of Santa Clara County. As such, we routinely engage in environmental restoration. The general order will be helpful in securing permits in a timely fashion while still providing the protections currently afforded to the environment. We applaud the administration's cutting the green tape efforts and believe this order is a step in the right direction. We would like to thank the board and staff regarding the response to comments submitted by Valley Water and Aqua, which have clarified several issues regarding the intent of the general order. While we believe the changes make some needed improvements, we respectfully support Aqua's comments for additional revisions to section 13.1.2 to ensure clarity regarding the net benefits that restoration projects must provide. Once again, thank you to the staff and the State Water Board for all of the hard work to adopt a general order that is clear and useful for all permittees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alfaro. Appreciate the support and flag for comment. Thank you. Next, we have Nick Blair. Hello, good morning.
There we go. All right, good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Nick Blair. I'm here with Association of California Water Agencies, also known as ACWA. We represent over 460 public water agencies across the state that deliver approximately 90% of water for domestic, agricultural, and industrial uses. ACWA appreciates and strongly supports the State Water Board's proposed general order, which is critically needed to streamline permitting for and accelerate implementation for habitat restoration projects throughout the state in an environmentally protective manner. We appreciate staff responses to past ACWA comments and for engaging us in dialogue. We anticipate that the proposed general order will help reduce delays in implementation of restoration projects for the benefit of California's watersheds. We want to specifically thank staff for clarifying responses to our past comments that an increase in aquatic or riparian functions or services resulting from a restoration project may alone be sufficient to qualify proposed effort as a restoration project. This approach better assures that the order may be used to approve restoration projects that by design retrofit historical water facilities or modifications or intentionally convert low quality habitat types to higher quality habitat types.
We also appreciate other clarifications in response to that the water boards will issue a notice of project complete letter to close out projects, and also text revisions that clarify that applicants trying to permit projects under the general order must only comply with the general NPDES permit to the extent that the permit applies to the restoration project terms and conditions. One additional suggestion we do have, though, is to restore a stricken sentence from section 13.1.2 on page 18. Quote, for example, when permanent impacts to waters of the state would occur, the restoration project must result in a net increase in aquatic or riparian resource functions and or services compared to existing conditions to offset permanent impacts. The reason being that this clarifies the net benefit that restoration projects must provide, and it is also consistent with the Federal Clean Water Act compensatory mitigation rule. Thank you again to staff and to the State Water Board for all the hard work done. If you have any follow-on questions, we have Mary Lynn Coffey on next by phone, who is representing Aqua on technical issues on this topic. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blair. Before we go to Ms. Coffey then, just on the request to restore the language, is there a sense or feeling where and how we are feeling about that? Or the purpose to have removed to begin with? If you want some time to think about it as well. No.
If we can conference here for just a minute.
First, by all means. And let's go ahead and move then to Mary Lynn Coffey.
Good morning, board members. I just want to add to my thanks to staff and to the board for considering adoption of this general restoration permit and furtherance of cutting the green tape and the commitments that you made during the Waters of the State dredge and fill procedures adoption. I do think it will be incredibly useful to those proposing large restoration projects. I sincerely hope that you adopt the permit today and that you adopt its current scope for restoration projects without limiting it further. And with respect to implementation, should you adopt it today, I might suggest that you might consider whether there could be periodic updates provided to the State Water Board, not just regarding the number of restoration projects and authorizations and the timeframes for those authorizations when the 401 cert is issued by the State Water Board, but also perhaps you could obtain updates from the regional boards with respect to authorizations and permitting timeframes under the general order. The vast majority of restoration projects are going to be considered, and 401 certs would be issued by the regional boards. So perhaps through the liaisons or something that might be an update that could also be obtained. Again, thank you. Appreciate you following through with this and strongly support the permit.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Mr. Crater.
Thank you. I think we're ready to actually tackle the last question as well, but starting with Ms. Coffey's suggestion, that would be our intention, is when we follow up to report both on how the State Water Board is doing as well as the regions. We hear directly from the regions through our roundtable. We also hear from stakeholders where they have compliments, concerns, questions. So we'll make sure that all that passes on to you when we do our updates.
Great, thank you.
Going back to the other, the comment, we did receive concerns and recommendations about removing that. It was removed at the recommendation because it was, I might need to get actually a clarification from our team about what the reason was for the removal. However, we didn't think it hurt to remove it or to leave it, frankly, because it's just an example in there. If there's a lot of concern about removing the example, I think that we could certainly remove the strikes and leave the language in there. It frankly doesn't change how we're going to implement the order. It just provides some assurance through example.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. The clarification around, intent and here, hearing that was beneficial, but again, it's an example when you look at the order. So,
and Ms. Ndalski is happy to provide a clarification for why it was a concern.
Okay,
yeah. For some context, the concern was that there was no specific reference to the no net loss policy in the example, and so when we started going down that rabbit hole, it was, as an example, do we want to continue to add things that would all be applicable? So that's where the decision to just strike it as an example resulted from. But like Mr. Crater said, absolutely, if the board's wishes is to put it back in, it's not going to
Yeah,
hurt this.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that back and forth in explanation, and I can see where it would quickly become a rabbit hole if we were to give the perfect example here amongst it all, and know that the impact of it is not that, either the no net policy, no net loss policy, or even other considerations for how these projects are permitted isn't impacted by how we kind of frame out that example in there. So thank you. I appreciate that. I'll mull on it. Other board members may as well, or have further question. Board member, yes, please. Sorry, can you just clarify that concern? So the concern that of why it was deleted was because the example, you didn't flesh out in the example the other requirement or the exact definition and considerations for net benefit.
Yeah, the comment really was a question of, oh, this is great, but then how do we meet our no net loss policy, and why isn't that referenced here as well? So we started considering the things that could be referenced there again in terms of an example. That's why we decided, hey, if this is going to cause concerns, it's better as an example just to delete it, and again, it wouldn't change the substantive text that's there.
I think one other important consideration is that we do discuss at length the no net loss policy and our dredger fill procedures, and those guide how we permit wetland specific applications. This is a permit that we would be implementing for restoration, which could include dredger fill, but where it crosses over with dredger fill, we discuss what no net loss means in that policy.
Thank you. Let's move on to further commenters. Next, we have Matt Clifford, who will be followed by Kellex Nelson.
Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I am Matt Clifford, a staff attorney with Triad Unlimited's California Water Project. And a lot of what I like to say today is just thank you. Thank you to the board and the regional boards, and to the staff for the board and regional boards, and to Sustainable Conservation, and the various stakeholders who were involved in developing this order. We've been anticipating the issuance of this order for a long time. We are involved in a great deal of restoration in my organization. We're involved in efforts to restore habitat for threatened and endangered coho salmon and steelhead species up and down the coast of California. And we intend to use this order, and we think it'll greatly help our efforts. And of course, this order is just one aspect of a larger movement to recognize that in order to get this kind of habitat restoration on the ground at the pace and scale we need to help species, frankly, in the face of climate change, we need to find ways to get these projects out the door faster. We think this order will do that. At the same time, however, we know from experience that just getting good laws and rules on paper is a very necessary first step, but it's not alone enough to get where we need to go. A great deal is at stake and how these rules are implemented. And to that end, we really hope that this order will be implemented in a way that realizes its full potential to accelerate restoration on the ground. For example, there is necessarily a fair amount of looseness in the text of the order about exactly which projects will or won't be subject to the order, which is understandable given the scope of the order and the breadth of it and the number of projects applied. So we get why that is so. However, we also note that this is not the only such definition of restoration in place. There are existing definitions on the books, for example, in the CEQA provision that was adopted by the last legislature, in the existing small habitat 401 order. And we would hope that this order will be applied by the boards, in a way that's consistent with those existing definitions, so that we have continuity across different kinds of restoration projects, and we can know in advance what's going to be covered and what won't be. So we really hope it's implemented in that way. In addition, with a couple of specific comments, we greatly appreciate the changes that were made with regards to water diversion projects. I'm personally involved in a number of water conservation projects that do involve water diversion, specifically different water management changes to take water in the wet season rather than the dry season. Those kinds of projects we have a great deal of experience with, and we're glad to see them covered by this order. They're good projects. Specifically with regard to infiltration galleries, there is a provision in the order that implies that infiltration galleries as a means of diversion are not covered.
I have been involved personally in projects where the infiltration gallery has been looked at as perhaps the most efficient and best way to get water for a new wintertime water right in order to benefit summer stream flow. And I'm hoping that this can be interpreted in a way that if that's the case for such a project, that as long as the project otherwise qualifies as restoration, that an infiltration gallery wouldn't prevent the project from qualifying as restoration. Other than that, I'll just reiterate, we strongly support this order and we look forward to implementing it, and thank the board for all its efforts. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Clifford. Appreciate it. And yes, I think we are eager to ensure that implementation actually lives up to the promise and all the work that has gone on to the order. And so appreciate that, and appreciate, I know Ms. Coffey's nod and hear others that it is the regional boards, the regional boards here that do the permitting by and large. And so it's that relationship here between us as we adopt this general order, try to bring a better standardization to the boards, but they'll still be the ones implementing. And I think there are liaison relationships, and also my own relationship with the chairs when our monthly call will be important to make sure this is on our list. And have a number of things that leadership throughout the boards are looking at and seeing as part of our critical work, along with water recycling permit and stormwater permitting, and the whole portfolio truly that we know that we need to be pursuing. So thanks for the acknowledgement of the principal importance of our regional boards in all of this. Next, I'd like to call up Kellex Nelson and then Noel Creamers.
Thank you. Good. Is it still morning? Yes. Good morning. I would like to express many thanks to your staff who worked so hard on this, for their innovation and persistence and partnership. Thanks as well to our partners at Sustainable Conservation for their role in this, and to this board for your essential role in making this order possible. The order will help advance critically needed habitat restoration and climate resilience throughout California, and was one of the priority recommendations of the Cutting Green Tape initiative under Secretary Crowfoot and Chair Esquivel's leadership that included over 150 statewide stakeholders. And Phil Crater on your staff and here today received the first ever award for Cutting Green Tape Hidden Hero from the California Landscape Stewardship Network, in recognition of his exceptional contributions to reducing barriers to environmentally beneficial restoration. I'm here today on behalf of the California Landscape Stewardship Network that was deeply involved with Cutting Green Tape, and the San Mateo Resource Conservation District that does extensive restoration work. I have today 3 requests to help ensure effective implementation of the order so that, as you said, Chair Esquivel, it sort of lives up to its promise. And these are not dissimilar from Matt Clifford's comments, the previous speaker. With great ideas like this, it's important that implementation is consistent with the intent of the policy. And in that spirit, I offer these recommendations or requests. The first is, as it is written, regional staff would determine if a proposed project meets the definition of a restoration project and is eligible for authorization under this order. A need expressed by many of the stakeholders in the Cutting Green Tape process was for certainty and for consistency across state agencies for permitting restoration. I would request that the state board ensure that there's consistency across regions, or in situations such as staff turnover or different definitions due to individual staff discretion. To help ensure that consistency, I would offer that definitions and criteria already exist in the current small habitat general order and the CEQA exemptions for habitat restoration. The second comment is that the order currently excludes the use of undersized riprap. This may have the unintended consequence of limiting restoration projects that restore dynamic ecosystem process rather than creating a fixed structure. If a project design uses small riprap, but is stamped by a registered engineer and otherwise meets the definition of restoration, I think that should suffice. And I would request that this exclusion not be interpreted to limit these habitat restoration scenarios. The third, similarly, is that the order currently excludes installation of infiltration galleries. If infiltration galleries are a critical element of a restoration project, it should be covered by the general order so long as the project meets the criteria of being restoration.
An example might be a project that modifies an infiltration gallery for water conservation or fish passage or in-stream habitat restoration. These comments are intended to help ensure that the statewide implementation of this order keeps its eye on the prize, maintaining a focus on the purpose and intent of advancing restoration throughout the state. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today and throughout this process. Congratulations on a very significant effort that's going to have meaningful results on the ground, and much, much gratitude and kudos. Thank you. Thank you,
Ms. Nelson. Appreciate your contributions and acknowledgement and work in all of this. Looking to Mr. Crater, we did hear Mr. Clifford as well bring up the issue of infiltration galleries and whether or not they're just absolutely excluded from the order. I guess let's go ahead and include in there concerns around projects that have riprap, sounding like, yeah.
So both of those items are, they were correctly cited. They are currently included as exclusions from the order. What I would like to do, if it's okay with the board, is regroup with our team over here and evaluate to what extent these things are discussed in the CEQA document to determine whether we have latitude to recommend a change at this point, or if this is something that maybe we would want to table for a amendment down the road.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. Appreciate the consideration of that. As we just, as a board, consider what we might ask for here as we come to a conclusion. Next, I'd like to call Noelle Creamers up, who will be followed by, I believe, our last commenter. No, we have a commenter after Mr. Pat Samuel, Ms. OSHA Meserve. Ms. Creamers.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. Noelle Kramers with Wine Institute, and I appreciate the opportunity to express our support for the general order for restoration projects. We really appreciate the work that the board has invested in developing this general order, and we urge its adoption. The order will make it easier to accomplish throughout the state restoration projects that will benefit California's environment. And while we do recognize that California is an incredibly diverse state and has many different ecosystem types, we really want to urge that all the regional boards utilize the general order so that these restoration projects can be simplified everywhere where they're being proposed. And I know in the past, Wine Institute has expressed concerns about permitting costs, specifically money spent on monitoring and reporting then takes away from investments that can be made in real water quality and habitat improvements. And this general order is going to make a real difference in that by helping reduce costs for implementing these restoration projects. California's wineries have in the past placed large woody debris in streams to create fish refugia, removed migration barriers to improve fish passage, removed other legacy barriers to fish passage, increased water conservation projects by creating off-stream storage so that diversions can be limited during the dry season, constructed fish ladders, moved roads away from riparian areas. And all of these projects end up needing permits. So having this general order will make it a lot simpler to go through that process and make these changes on the ground that will benefit us all. Many California wineries have also adopted sustainability goals to lessen their impacts on the environment. And these goals include habitat restoration efforts to improve the biodiversity on the lands they manage. So if this order is adopted and implemented across the state, we expect that this will make completing these restoration projects smoother. Not only will it help landowners improve the health of their land, but it will also help the state meet its 30 by 30 goals of expanding and accelerating environmental restoration and stewardship. So I really appreciate all the work that has gone into getting to where we are today and urge the adoption of the general order. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kramers. Really appreciate your contributions today and continued support, contributions throughout so much of the board's work. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Pat Samuel, who will be followed by our last commenter, OSHA Meserve.
Good morning, board members. I'm Pat Samuel, Bay Area Director from California Trout. Cal Trout's been at the forefront of conservation, management, and restoration for salmon, steelhead, and trout in California for over 50 years.
We pride ourselves on finding solutions to complex natural resource issues that work for wild fish and people. Based on our peer-reviewed State of the Salmonids report in 2017 and lessons from the current drought, the scale and pace of restoration activity in California is insufficient to keep pace with the impacts of climate change and other threats to salmonid recovery and recovery of other native aquatic species as well. This order before the board will streamline the permitting process for much needed large-scale restoration by reducing costs and time, which will directly increase the scale and pace of restoration in California that is needed to combat these threats to native cold water species. We applaud the efforts of the state board to address the inadequate scale and pace of restoration. We appreciate the efforts of Governor Newsom, Secretary Crowfoot, Director Bonham, and Dr. Jennifer Norris at the California Natural Resources Agency for their efforts on the Cutting the Green Tape initiative, which has been very successful and has led to this order. Our staff have looked closely at the order and are excited to support its adoption and to put it to use right away. We look forward to using the statewide restoration general order as early as this fall in partnership with the North Coast Regional Board as lead agency and proponent of the Elk River Watershed program. For example, we anticipate this general order will save our Elk River program at least a year and perhaps 2 on project implementation timeline and tens of thousands of dollars in costs in EIR preparation alone. That's just one example. As the board considers adoption of this order, we support CDFW's interest in being a co-equal partner during the general order notice of intent process. This will make the order's application more transparent, stronger, and faster by having both agencies at the table at the start of the permitting process. We also support the state board continuing to allow the regional boards to serve as lead agencies on restoration projects. We have found the regional boards to be strong partners in this process and look forward to continuing to work with them. If the board is looking for pilot programs for implementing projects under this order, we would be amenable to continuing to work with the regional boards to find opportunities to step through this process together. Thank you for your efforts to streamline permitting for necessary large-scale restoration in California. Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Really appreciate your time today, joining us in person, and the continued contributions of California trout. Last, I'd like to call OSHA Meserve. Good morning.
Morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Just wanted to, I'm here on behalf of local agencies of the North Delta, which is a coalition of water agencies and reclamation districts in the Delta. And of course, working on those issues, we've come across a lot of restoration projects. Of course, I kind of paid attention when the board started taking up this issue. And the folks I work with are often neighbors to restoration projects. And although my comments relate primarily to things that may occur in the Delta, I think they also apply statewide potentially, depending on the type of restoration project. And we totally understand the goal of improving the pace of restoration here in the state and improving the permit process. We did provide comments on the draft EIR, and I provided some just brief comments on the final EIR just yesterday, just to focus in on a couple of items that I'll mention today. With respect to, promoting good planning processes, we had worked with other of the counties and several other Delta-related agencies and Fish and Wildlife and DWR to develop a good neighbor checklist that was really pointed toward the Delta, but again, could be applicable anywhere. And this kind of checklist can just really help be guidance to project planners to think about items early. Looking, once something already gets planned or environmental review already begins or it gets implemented, it's really too late often to address these concerns. And California's Tort Claims Act, as far as I'm concerned, is pretty useless in trying to address these kind of concerns, usually things that could be easily avoided sometimes, and that it is a lot less costly to do it on the front end than on the back end. So I have suggested that the board figure out some way to incorporate a good neighbor checklist as just a suggestion for guidance, not as a mitigation measure or a requirement, This would be similar to what the Delta Stewardship Council did in the Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan amendments that were recently adopted earlier this summer. And I do have a link I should have included as an exhibit, but there is a link directly to that checklist in my letter from yesterday. And I also had a check attached of, I think, a prior version of that same checklist as Appendix B to my draft DIR comments last summer. So this just kind of promotes a common sense approach. Again, it's planning, it's constructing, and then it's operations. And with restoration projects, most don't work with set it and forget it. You got weeds, water quality, all kinds of ongoing issues, and we really need to think ahead about those issues. And the more we do, the more those projects would be successful in bringing about the environmental benefits, and then also receiving the support of the surrounding communities and not leading to conflicts that put a black eye on restoration and otherwise slow down the pace of restoration that everyone agrees needs to, speed up at this time. So especially where you have no acreage limitations in this particular order, as well as the statutory exemption from CEQA that was adopted as a trailer bill last year, the SERP projects, no, that's got no acreage limitations. So some of the responses to comments on the EIR point to the CEQA process as potentially addressing the concerns that I had raised. But I guess I would say, I don't think that the board can rely on there being a separate CEQA process to address these concerns. So again, we're just suggesting that there be some guidance out there within this packet somewhere. I leave it to staff where the best place to be, but I think that would be helpful in making this successful. And then just secondly, we are continuing to be concerned about harmful algal blooms and how that's addressed in this order. I know it's a really tough issue and there is no regulatory standard for it. And of course, you've got the different factors that lead to the proliferation of harmful algal blooms. You got residence time, temperature, nutrient load, all these different things. But I guess just as a person who's reviewed a lot of EIRs on this topic, I think we're struggling for a way to try to address the issue head on and try to figure out, and maybe it has more to do with monitoring than actually, being able to model it. I mean, for large projects, they probably need to create a model for the HABs to use for that project. Otherwise we're just really not going to get the answer. And just saying, oh, we meet regulatory standards for, salinity or other factors for which there are standards, that doesn't really address the question. And I was also disagreed with in the responses where it says something like, well, these projects are overall beneficial, therefore HABs isn't a problem. I think that kind of sidesteps the issue. So I would just encourage, if not now, to keep an eye on this issue and figure out how can we give applicants more guidance around how to analyze the incidence of HABs, because a lot of these projects, if they're tidal restoration or they change the hydrology, they may lead to HABs, and we need to have a way to address that. We can't balance out that issue with some of the other benefits the projects may bring. So thank you for considering these concerns.
Really appreciate the recommendations and the engagement here. I'll just say on the issue of a guidance for and/or checklist around sort of good neighbor sort of process. Is there an opportunity to, I know that there is careful thought and a lot of intentionality around noticing and making sure that folks are brought along in a community and know that there's an opportunity to comment, to understand whether it's HABs or other things that may be in a project's impact, the appropriate opportunity and process to do that. Again, I know we're very intentional. I guess what is, maybe a step further and, not as a requirement, but as, some sort of reference, either existing documents that kind of go through a good, especially if they've already been developed by state agencies, a good neighbor sort of checklist. I mean, just kind of thinking of what is our appetite for that. And then on the HAB side, I think that's going to be the hardest, of course, to try to address here in this moment. What comes to mind is certainly our biostimulatory work that is really front of mind on the water quality side and in other places in which we can start to get a better handle around HABs. Yeah, So I think, on the first recommendation, I'm a little firmer and trying to maybe see if there's something we can do on the second. I think I'd still struggle, and I think I'm sure staff would as well, still, on how best this order addresses necessarily HABs. If not here, just make sure that they're better understanding the pressures that HABs will have in a warming climate, and with water slowing down, it creates conditions for that. But I think the science, again, isn't as exact as something that we can incorporate into the order. But
I'm sorry I didn't bring enough copies, but I got a couple
oh,
copies.
that's fair.
of
Yeah,
the,
please do hand off to
give
Mr.
to
Crater.
staff just so it's a little
Thank you.
easier. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If I may respond actually to both of those issues with regard to the good neighbor checklist, that's an issue. I think it's not going to be specific to the water boards. We have other agencies that are involved in implementing these restoration projects, and we have a great group in cutting green tape that is experienced in this. So I think that's one that I would actually like to bring back to the Cutting Green Tape Forum and elicit the help of our counterparts at the other agencies to approach it more systematically.
I appreciate that.
And I would be happy to report back to the board through our reports that we've already discussed on how that's going. With regard to the next issue on HABs, you just mentioned we do have HAB work going on here at the water boards, both in Division of Water Quality, as well as we have support from other offices within the water boards. And what I would suggest we do is, again, track how projects are going and bring this to their attention so that we can look at addressing these things rather than doing it through this specific project, addressing them in a way that would do well for our restoration work as well as our other permitting and assessment activities. So, and I can also, commit to reporting back to the board on that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Crater. Okay, thank you. Okay, that brings us, I believe, Ms. Townsend. Have I missed anyone, or Mr. Lawfer? And anyone in the room wishing to speak, please do indicate otherwise. But that leaves us to board discussion on where we are and how we're feeling about the order. I'll just say I'm supportive, and don't find myself with too many concerns. I think that a lot of this is around how we view implementation, or how we continue to make sure we focus on implementation. And the issues that I've heard are ones that are more about how we best do implementation than necessarily changes that we're needing to the language as it's proposed currently. We did have a good back and forth as to the removal of 13.1.2, I believe it was, and I'm satisfied with that. But I look over to my fellow board colleagues for questions, thoughts, desire for changes.
Yeah, I just wanted to just say, thank you to everyone. This was just a great collaboration and pulling this together and just really looking to streamline, our permitting process for restoration. And so just, as we're looking at whether it's while we are implementing this permit, but just all the work that we do, just the conversation around HABs, but then also just taking into consideration climate change and disadvantaged communities, and just the, ever evolving world that we are in. And just as we are implementing the projects, just really looking at, just the changes, we're at this moment in time that we are in now, and taking in consideration, just things are not the same as they were before. So as we're doing a restoration project, looking at climate change and how are we impacting, all the communities that we serve. And I'm sure you guys are doing that. I just wanted to emphasize that point. And so thank you again for all the great work.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of finding a way to move forward here today. I am very interested to hear your thoughts on the infiltration galleries and the riprap pieces. So if you need a break, or however you want to proceed with that, I'm interested in your feedback on that. And I do want to just emphasize some of the other comments that we heard really resonated with me about consistency and the intent of this general order in achieving that, and greater consistency in terms of application of restoration projects. And so I think, Mr. Crater, you've made a lot of commitments about coming back to report on how things are going at the appropriate time. So if you could provide some takeaways on that. In my mind, it's, if you look at a good project, a good restoration project, like say a side channel habitat project or what have you, in Region 1 in the North Coast, should be a good habitat restoration project in the Central Coast as well. And perhaps there are nuances and different, considerations that are unique in each situation. But by and large, if a project fits the definite, one of the project types within this order and meets the requirements, it should be evenly applied across the state, ideally. I know that there's different players involved. There's site-specific issues that come up. That's all totally understandable. So, but I just want to flag that I'll look forward to hearing back later on how that's going generally. So, thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just want to start by thanking our staff for being responsive to our request to elevate this order and move it through quickly. I know it took a lot of work, and in an effort to attempt to find the sweet spot, it took a lot of time to sit down with stakeholders and with the regional boards, and then constantly coming back to us in our briefings. And I just want to align myself with the comments made by Board Member McGuire. I too have similar concerns about consistency, but think that in that effort to find the sweet spot, you had to provide for some flexibility here for regional boards. And I understand that and want to give it an opportunity. But I think the best way for us to address that issue, if there is a problem, is to see if there's a problem. And we can get that through these periodic reports, however staff determines. But just know that this is something that we will want to hear back on. And I would be opening to reopening the order if we need to, but would rather just give it an opportunity. And then I too just want to hear from staff about some of these specific issues that were identified on riprap and infiltration galleries. But thank you again, and thank you to the stakeholder community, and really a shout out to Sustainable Conservation for coming up with the suggestion that we work together on this, and really sticking with it every step of the way. I know there were a lot of stakeholders involved, but in particular, Sustainable Conservation with its efforts really in taking the lead on from the stakeholder community to move this along.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think brother, yeah, thank you so much, Board Member. Yeah, I think the outstanding item I glossed over on my notes here was on just whether or not riprap and infiltration galleries and their exclusion at this point is, it's baked into the CEQA document, not something that we can really deal with too much here before us.
Or Chair, can I also interrupt?
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, Ms. Liu.
Sorry, I just wanted to flag really quickly for the board. We did receive 8 late comment letters on this item. We are not recommending we accept them. Most of them were just noting their support for adoption, and 2 submitted additional recommendations that were in line with previously submitted comments.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel.
Of course, no, please.
And for the time, I think I want to make sure that I've captured the correct issues here. So I heard, I think, a few different categories. One, there was a concern about deletion of language. That was an example in there. I think I reported, but we can certainly remove that deletion if that's the board's pleasure. With regard to
let's just rest on that actually for a second and just make clear. I don't think there needs to be a change. I think it was good for it to be removed because it is a rabbit hole of what all needs to be considered in the example. And if we're not, it's not limiting us, and ultimately, keeps the same flexibility. It doesn't have actual impact in what we have. It was an example. And here a problematic one if it didn't include everything that could possibly be in there, and everyone kind of sees either their inclusion or exclusion as something important to the work. So
I just want to say I concur with you, Chair. I don't see any reason to make a change at this point.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, board member. Okay.
With regard to the next two issues, which are riprap and infiltration galleries, what I've gathered so far is that those are in fact both excluded in the document as written. They were both listed as excluded in the environmental document as well, but that is only because they were excluded in the draft order. The environmental document did apparently evaluate the construction impacts associated with both. And so we're looking into right now whether or not we could, if there is a desire to do so, propose some quick edits to both the order and the environmental document to try and address this concern. And if we're going to do that, we might need a break to hammer through the language.
That's fair. I would be supportive in creating some flexibility there as appropriate. But that's not an insignificant change, certainly, to the order and the way we had kind of viewed things here. But I think that, Mr. Clifford and others have made the case that here it wouldn't, it would exclude projects that would otherwise could benefit from it and wouldn't here harm things. But if Mr. Bishop has some thought onto the appropriateness
I think that we need to separate the two issues for a minute.
Okay.
As I understand it, the infiltration is a infiltration that's part of a larger restoration project. And if the restoration project meets the conditions, it wouldn't, the exclusion or removal of that would be about a piece of the restoration. In other words, a infiltration gallery all by itself would not satisfy the restoration project and wouldn't fall under this permit. But on the small riprap, the issue really is about how much level of scrutiny small riprap that is subject to movement by hydrology. As the water moves, it's going to move small riprap, or potentially could, and has to be engineered specifically to make sure that that doesn't cause an additional problem. I think there's arguments either way, but the board should consider that may cross the line to need for a individual permit that has more scrutiny and oversight to address that potential problem. That, I think, is why it was excluded. The general restoration order does require that they, have engineering, and it is meets requirements, but it doesn't get the same level of oversight. So that's kind of the weighing. So that you should be thinking about that as we go look at it.
Really appreciate that as always, Mr. Bishop. Thank you. Colleagues?
I just to clarify that explanation are you saying on the infiltration, the exclusion is an the exclusion would mean that the portion of a project, no, it only means that if the project is only an infiltration.
So no, yeah. I wasn't very clear in explaining. The purpose of the exclusion, I believe, was to make it clear that an infiltration gallery in and of itself is not a restoration project. If we remove that exclusion, it would still require that the project meet the definition of a restoration. And so if the project included a infiltration gallery, but the project as a whole meets it, it would be allowed. And so I don't have a big concern about that issue. We just need to address it if that's what the board wants to do.
And if staff could clarify that that's the right interpretation. Sorry, I'm reading it here, and it looks to me like the infiltration gallery is excluded from the scope and would require a separate permit. So, if it's part of a larger restoration project, could it be considered, or would it be actually a separate permitting process for that aspect of the project?
So we're going to need to, I think, huddle with our consultants here and make sure that we've got a grasp on what CEQA covered, and then talk with council about what changes we might make today.
Let's go ahead and take our lunch. And so we'll take a 30-minute lunch, come back here at 12:30 and wrap up the item, and then move into our next, hopefully wrap up. I won't predict this vote. We'll just see where we go. Nice. But we'll go ahead and come back here at 12:30. Then everyone, we can take a 30-minute lunch and wait. And actually, before we do anything further, other than
these, the riprap and infiltration gallery exclusion discussion? Okay, hearing none. It's all you need to noodle on, thankfully. And we will see you all in here about 30 minutes. We'll say 12:35 we'll come back. Thanks, everyone. All right. Everyone, I hope you had a good lunch. We'll wait a few more moments and let the rest of the board gather here. Just thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, everyone, we can now gather. Thank you. It is 12:39. We can gather now and hear the results of deliberations from staff.
I have the very exciting conclusion of our discussion.
So thank you everyone for still tuning in.
So touching on the two issues talking about, which were riprap and infiltration galleries, we have talked with our consultants and our council and concluded that at this point it would require an amendment to the EIR and to the permit in order to make that, and that's not something that we're prepared to do today. What we recommend is that you certify the documents before you as they are, and we will commit to keeping a close eye on these issues to determine whether the potential issues are actual issues, and if so, we will come back and address them. I do have a couple of more specific responses on there in no particular order. I have been able to check in with a couple of the stakeholders who expressed concerns about undersized riprap. And I can't say this is global, but at least in some cases, it appears that the concern was that they wanted to be able to place natural materials that would move through natural processes downstream. And that is like gravel augmentation. That's something that is already allowed by the order. What the order is trying to get at with the undersized riprap is that riprap is intended to armor a shoreline. It's meant to stay in place. And we want to see that stay in place. And as Mr. Bishop said, that's something that requires a little bit more oversight and would, at this point in time, we feel would be appropriate for a regional board. However, with the movement, and at least for some of the stakeholders, they said that addressed their concern. They just want to be able to provide gravel augmentation. And then there was one other issue, and it's now escaped me because I got lost in that first one. On infiltration galleries, we are going to continue to work with our stakeholders over the next year. So that's one that we're going to evaluate to see whether or not it's an issue. In the meantime, if they have a project that's a valid restoration project that involves an infiltration gallery, this exclusion would not prohibit them from using this order for the whole of their project. And in fact, an applicant could use the restoration order for every piece of that project except for the infiltration gallery, and could at the same time file an application for an individual 401 cert and waste discharge requirement with the appropriate regional board and move that piece through. And if it's associated with a restoration project, I would like to think that this would become a priority for the water board as much as their resources allow them to try and expedite the processing. And one final comment on that is that the way that this permit is crafted requires the state water board to be copied on all notices of intent to enroll in the order. So whether it's being processed by a regional board or the state water board, we will be aware of all of them. And in that sense, we're going to be able to fulfill our role as kind of providing some statewide oversight and consistency. So we'll be watching, and that'll inform what we bring back to you. And at this point in time, we do anticipate coming back in 12 information item to the board to really talk about what's been going on and to involve some of our stakeholder partners at the time so you can hear directly from the practitioners. I hope that addresses the questions. If I've left something out, please let me know, and I'm happy to fill in.
Yeah, thank you. It definitely addresses my questions. I really appreciate the thorough evaluation of what were some last minute requests, if we're honest, and what's been a multi-year process, but appreciate always our openness to be able to understand our ability to create and address things that folks are flagging. It sounds like we can here, especially partially in implementation, especially when it comes to the infiltration galleries, which again, aren't excluded if a project has an infiltration component, gallery component from the order, the benefits from it. It just means that infiltration gallery will still have to be treated separately. But to your point, we should be able to track them in tandem and really see them as part of this effort. And we'll see whether or not there are delays and there's some other issue. And I think it will be something that we'll just have to eye on implementation, like a lot of the things were brought up, but are really important too, even here as we consider adoption. So thank you, Mr. Crater. Appreciate everyone's thorough engagement and all of our commenters and long-standing collaborators on this project. Just incredibly impressed and thankful for it. Anything further to consider? And if not, I think we may be ready for a motion.
Well, I just want to say thank you one more time. Really well done. This is such an exciting new general order to have, as we've said multiple times today. But thank you to staff. Thank you to the regional boards, who hopefully some of you are listening in today, for all the work that you did in providing input on this process. I know it wasn't easy, and I know many of the different regions have different approaches to how they've handled these projects. So I really appreciate the collaborative spirit that has really been clear in moving this order along through everything that is needed. And thank you also to Sustainable Conservation and ESA for all of your hard work. I really don't, I don't see us having been here today, at this time without your, contributions and all the heavy lifting that you did, especially in the beginning and on the EIR document. So thank you for that. And so with that, I'm satisfied with all the answers, and I would be happy to make a motion to adopt the resolution with change sheet number 1.
And I'll happy to provide a second.
Thank you, board members, and echo completely the thanks. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
You all.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the resolution is adopted. Thank you all. Really appreciate it. Congratulations. And truly, it's on the implementation, as we well know. So a lot of expectation, but well-deserved. Really, thank you. Can't really appreciate enough the opportunity to just do better by a lot of great work that's out there. So thank you. Okay, that concludes item number 4 and brings us now to the next item in our item number 5. which is consideration of a proposed resolution to readopt a drought-related emergency regulation for curtailment of diversions on Mill and Deer Creeks due to insufficient flow for specific fisheries. We'll wait here a moment, give folks an opportunity to transition. Thanks everyone for the patience as we transition over here. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Works.
And thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. My name is Lauren Bowden, and I am an engineering geologist in the Division of Water Rights Bay Delta section. I will be presenting agenda item 5, proposed the emergency regulation for Mill and Deer Creeks. With me today to assist with any questions are Diane Riddle, Robert McCarthy, and Daniel Menton, also with the Division of Water Rights, and David Rose and Mariana Owie with the Office of Chief Counsel. Readoption of the proposed emergency regulation would extend the 2021 drought emergency flow requirements for the protection of specific runs of federally and state Endangered Species Act listed anadromous fish, including spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead, and 2 tributaries to the Sacramento River, Mill Creek and Deer Creek, with very minor updates to provide watering needs. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general agenda for today. I'll be providing a brief overview of the background on the emergency regulation and its implementation and possible voluntary efforts. We will then be joined by representatives from the National Marine Fisheries Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who will provide a fisheries update for Mill and Deer Creeks. State Water Board staff will then walk through the readoption process, proposed changes to the draft regulation, comments received, and next steps. Next slide, please. Before we get started, I would like to acknowledge the team involved in this effort identified on this slide. We've also had input and assistance from staff from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries Service, and we'll have representative agencies here today. Next slide, please. I will now provide you with a background on the drought emergency regulation adopted in 2021 and actions taken by the State Water Board, stakeholders, and other agencies to date. Next slide. California and much of the western US is experiencing persistent drought. Despite large precipitation events in the fall of 2021 and early winter, the Delta watershed experienced record dry months from January through March of 2022. The Delta watershed, which includes Mill and Deer Creeks, did receive late precipitation in spring, which assisted with providing improved flow conditions for part of the year, but were not adequate to resolve the drought conditions overall. We are currently in the 3rd consecutive year of drought, with most of the Delta watershed categorized as experiencing severe to extreme drought. Water supply in many parts of California, including the Sacramento River watershed, is insufficient to meet a significant water demands, including ecological needs. The water supply shortage is a particular concern in Mill Creek and Deer Creek, which are tributaries to the Sacramento River and which provide high priority habitat for listed submonid species. Mill and Deer Creeks are located in Tehama County and are largely unaltered systems of significant biological importance for threatened fish species. These creeks are 2 of the 3 remaining streams that support naturally produced populations of California and Federal Endangered Species Act listed Central Valley spring run Chinook salmon, and Federally Endangered Species Act listed steelhead, and are recognized to provide critical habitat to support the recovery of these threatened species. Mill Creek specifically is a designated priority stream in the California Water Action Plan for the recovery of salmonids due to its ability to provide suitable habitat with a warming climate. Mill Creek supports the highest elevation salmon spawning habitat in the Central Valley. The higher elevation watershed and snowmelt influenced hydrograph helps to maintain cool water temperatures at critical times for native fish species. Next slide. I'm not everything on this slide, but I did want to point out the actions taken since the State Water Board adopted the emergency regulation for Mill and Deer Creeks in 2021. The State Water Board adopted the emergency regulation on September 22nd, 2021. The regulation was approved by the Office of Administrative Law and became effective on October 4th, 2021, following which the State Water Board issued curtailment orders to water right holders on Mill Creek and Deer Creek for base flow requirements starting October 15th, 2021. During February of 2022, staff met with stakeholders, CDFW, and NIMS to discuss interim solutions for Mill and Deer Creeks, which I will go into further detail later in this presentation. We received recommendations for readoption of the emergency regulation from CDFW and NIMS in April and June of 2022, respectively. On August 5th, 2022, we released the notice of proposed rulemaking and draft regulation text proposed for readoption for comment. Next slide, please. As I stated before, the emergency curtailment regulation for Mill and Deer Creeks was previously adopted on September 22nd, 2021. The emergency regulation provides for the bypass of minimum in-stream flows needed to enable upstream and downstream passage of anadromous salmonids. The regulation requires minimum base flows during migration periods. The regulation also allows for pulse flow requests from CDFW or NIMS when fish are present. It should be noted that the State Water Board adopted similar minimum requirements in 2014 and 2015, as well in 2021. The regulation includes exceptions to curtail minimum human health and safety needs for non-consumptive use and for local cooperative solutions. The regulation also includes reporting requirements similar to those required by emergency regulations applicable in other watersheds. Next slide, please. Oh, one more. Oh, wait, sorry, no, go back one. Okay. October 11, 2021, the State Water Board issued curtailment orders for Mill Creek and Deer Creek, requiring bypasses of 50 cubic feet per second, or CFS, as measured at stream gauges located below major diversions. At the request of CDFW, based on fish presence, the State Water Board required 2 pulse flows on Deer Creek and 1 pulse flow on Mill Creek. All 3 pulse flows lasted 72 hours and required a bypass of 100 CFS or full natural flow, whichever was less. On June 15, 2022, the emergency minimum flow requirements were reduced to 20 CFS for the protection of juvenile Central Valley spring run Chinook salmon and juvenile California Central Valley steelhead. On June 30th of 2022, curtailments to maintain minimum in-stream flow were lifted on both creeks. However, curtailments may still be in effect under the Bay Delta Emergency Regulation, Term 91, or other pre-existing water right requirements. Next slide. Next, I will be covering discussions of possible voluntary efforts that occurred in 2021 and 2022. Next slide. Resolution number 2021-0038, by which the board adopted the 2021 emergency regulation, directed State Water Board staff to coordinate NIMS and Mill Creeks to discuss interim and long-term resolution of issues regarding the protection of fisheries, including in-stream flow needs, water use efficiency and water conservation measures, habitat improvements, and potential funding sources. Next slide. In February of 2022, the State Water Board held meetings with stakeholders, CDFW and NIMS, to discuss possible voluntary interim and long-term solutions. During the meetings, State Water Board staff requested stakeholders work with CDFW to provide points of agreement and disagreement on various potential pathways for voluntary measures. State Water Board staff received 2 separate documents from Los Molinos Mutual Water Company, which is the largest diverter on Mill, and CDFW outlining the positions regarding Mill Creek. Similarly, Stanford Vina Ranch Irrigation Company, which is the largest diverter on Deer Creek, and CDFW submitted separate documents outlining their positions on Deer Creek. During the February meetings, stakeholders requested that the State Water Board consider providing mediation services to assist with the development of voluntary measures. State Water Board staff considered the possibility of providing mediation services using existing contracts, but has not proceeded with pursuit of mediation due to the length of time facilitation services are projected to be needed based on limited progress date on voluntary measures and a lack of significant mediation resources to support long-term mediation. To date, water users have identified 2 potential physical solutions as underpinnings for agreement, including channel modification and/or drilling additional conjunctive use groundwater wells, both of which have yet to be shown to be viable possible paths forward. Channel modification would require permits from various agencies, one of them being CDFW, including a demonstration that channel modification would be effective and compliance with CEQA, both of which have not been initiated on either creek. As for drilling additional conjunctive use wells, due to complexity added by SGMA and uncertainty regarding interconnection of surface water and groundwater, and uncertainty that construction and operations of additional wells would be supportable, it is also not clear that this is a feasible option, particularly as an interim solution. In June of 2022, NIMS submitted a letter requesting readoption of the regulation funding for channel modification work, relative deadlines for funding proposals, and informational links. To assist with stakeholder engagement, board staff sent out a message to the Mill and Deer Creek Drought email list letting interested parties know about the recommendations for readoption, available funding, and deadline for proposals. Next slide. So I'll stop here for questions before introducing fish agency representatives.
I don't think we have questions at this moment. Thank you.
Next, I would like to turn it over to representatives from NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who will be providing updates on the status of Mill and Deer Creek fisheries. Thank you. Good. Thanks, Lauren, and thanks, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I'm Brian Elrott with NOAA Fisheries, and just here, I just have a few slides. My main purposes are, one, to support readoption of the emergency flow regs, and to provide just a quick update on the extinction risk of spring run Chinook salmon. But I'll also point out in our 2021 letter supporting the curtailment and these flow regulations, we highlighted that Mill and Deer Creeks are likely also important for winter run Chinook salmon, which is a highly endangered species, one of our most endangered species. And there's some emerging science that points to Mill and Deer Creeks, and specifically they would benefit from the flow regulations during the fall. So it's not really just a spring run issue, it's also winter run. But next slide, please. So for the Endangered Species Act, NOAA Fisheries is required to periodically assess the status of our threatened and endangered species. And we typically do that every 5 years. And this is information we presented to the board last year. We're going to do have an update kind of following up on this, but you can see over the last 3 cycles of when we've done these reviews, Mill and Deer Creeks have gone from high to moderate to high extinction risk. If you look at the abundance figures on the lower portion, the years shaded in gray are the ones that were included in the analysis. So those are what the results are based on. Then you see like 73 and a 90 adult fish in Deer Creek. 73 in Mill, 90 in Deer. Those were in 2020, and those did not get incorporated into this analysis. If you go to the next slide, we can look at, and these are preliminary data, 2021 and 2022. We did see system-wide, surprisingly decent returns in 2021. So that was spring run all throughout the Sacramento system seemed to return higher in 2021. And that shows up more so in Mill than in Deer Creek, but certainly a good bounce back from 2020. And that, biologists were scratching their heads as to why that was, but you can look back at 3 years previously, and when the juveniles were going out, that was a wet water year, a very wet year. So presumably that had some benefit and resulted in a system-wide improvement in adult spring run coming back. So I guess overall what we, the little improvement that we did see in 2021 and then, kind of a drop back in 2022, we wouldn't expect to change the extinction risk that I presented previously. So high extinction risk for mill and deer spring run. And then last slide, or next slide, please. Yeah, just that we support readoption of the emergency regulations. And like we talked about last year, over the long term, we really want to see more protective flows, based on best available science, which at this time is the CDFW 2017-2018 flow studies. So that's all I have. I'll stop there and take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Elbrot. Really appreciate you always continued engagement, but you joining us today here as well. Looking to my colleagues and not seeing any questions currently, so thank you. Next, I think we have Mr. Matthew Johnson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Matt Johnson, Senior Environmental Scientist with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I've been working with the department since 2012, and I wear several hats for the department regarding deer and mill, monitoring fish populations. I'm involved in fish passage projects, technical lead for the Mill Creek Flow Exchange Program, technical lead for voluntary settlement agreement discussions on deer and mill. And I've, unfortunately for conditions in deer and mill, I've worked on drought with the State Water Board since 2014. So thank you for having me here today. Next slide, please. So today I'm just going to present on adult spring run Chinook monitoring in deer and mill for spring of 22. We were monitoring fish populations throughout the winter months, but water supply conflicts are typically much diminished that time of year. And spring run Chinook are really a focal species for during drought and the primary species in need of protection when water supply is scarce. One of the main tools we use for spring run monitoring on Deer Creek is our video stations located at San Trevina Ranch Irrigation Company Dam, which is located at River Mile 5. We have the fishway exits at the dam. There are two of them rigged with video monitoring equipment, which provides continuous 24/7 video monitoring of fish swimming through and out of the fishway. And we use this information to obtain life history information, develop population estimates, and inform water management decisions. Next slide. So importantly, this information is still in draft form. We have not completed our final QA/QC process and utilization of a statistical algorithm that populates any missing periods in the data acquisition, such as a power outage or another unforeseen event that interrupts data collection. The draft total of spring run in 22 is 383 fish passing SWRCB dam.
First adult spring run was observed on March 3rd and the last fish on June 11th. 2 spring run passed during the May 26 to 29 pulse flow, although we did unfortunately have a power outage for about 8 hours on the 27th. And we did not see any spring run passing during the June 12 to 15 pulse flow. Next slide. So presenting here a figure which illustrates daily passage of spring run at the video station and impaired and unimpaired flow conditions. Unimpaired flow is the purple line. Impaired flow, the flow below the lowest dam on Deer Creek is the green line. There are no additional water diversions below Stanford Bryna. And the columns are daily passage of spring run. Spring run enter Deer Creek over several months, March 3rd to June 11th and 22. Did not see a typical bell-shaped curve in this year's run distribution. That may be due to kind of it was a rather low population. Although we do see some peaks in mid-March, early April, and a cluster of later returning fish around the middle of May. Next slide. And in this slide, I'm just zeroing in to provide a little more detail on the pulse flow periods. Fortunately, hydrologic conditions in 22 were better than expected, especially after unprecedented dryness in the January through March period. We did see the return of modest spring frontal passage events, which did provide some additional water, which was a blessing. And for most of the period when spring run returned to Deer Creek, available water supply was below the diversions, was above 50 CFS. And going into the first pulse flow event on May 26, we were near 80 to 85 CFS base flow. So the rate of change for this pulse flow was not significant. We bumped up the creek 20 CFS, and that may, to me, in my opinion, explains perhaps why we didn't see a response from the fish that we may have seen if there was a greater delta in the pulse flow. And then going into the June 12th pulse flow, that was an actual doubling of flow. Base flows were right around 60 CFS at the time the pulse flow was initiated. And you can see that impaired flow nearly equaled unimpaired flow. But also of note, we had a frontal passage at that time, which increased unimpaired flow as well. However, we just did not see any fish on the video systems at this time. Final QA/QC of the video data may produce a fish or two, but the numbers typically do not change drastically between draft and final data forms. And next slide. So I'm basically going to do the same presentation for Mill Creek. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Again, we do video monitoring on Mill Creek, in this case at River Mile 2.8 at Ward Diversion Dam. Again, we're monitoring the fishway exit, 24/7 coverage. Same same use of the data, understanding life history, population estimates, informing water management. Importantly, I want to mention that video passage at Lower Mill and Deer is not the final chapter in the freshwater story of Spring Run. They still have to live in the upper watershed another 5 to 6 months before ultimately spawning and dying. This information kind of provides a snapshot in time. It gives us a sense of how robust a cohort is that is entering the watershed, and really is just a very useful tool for informing water management decisions. Next slide. So we have again a draft total here. Only 232 spring run past Ward Dam in 22. First fish observed on March 1st, last on June 25th. We did not detect any spring run during the pulse flow periods, but as was mentioned by board staff earlier, we really only had one executed pulse flow, and that was on June 12th. That was because base flows were above 100 for those periods. Next slide. Again, this is an identical slide to Deer Creek showing daily spring run passage and unimpaired and impaired flow conditions. Again, like Deer Creek, spring run enter over a long window of time, several months, and again, fortuitously, hydrologic conditions were better than expected, better than 2021. We were above 100 CFS base flow in the impaired reaches for pretty much all of the migration period. And let's go to the next slide, please. Kind of zeroing in on the pulse flows. Again, the 26 period was a non-event. We saw a very modest frontal system around June 6th, which a fish reacted to that. And that June 12th to 15 period coincided with a natural pulse event due to precipitation. Impaired flow in Mill Creek was like at 98 CFS at the time. So pulse order was prescribed for Mill Creek, although it was really greatly overshadowed by the natural rain event that occurred, bringing unimpaired flow up to nearly 300 CFS. And finally, we had one fish entering on its own accord on June 25th, and that wrapped up the run. Next slide. I'm just leaving you with a picture from the upper watershed in Mill Creek. This is in the heart of the spring run habitat. In my opinion, Deer and Mill Creek provide the best remaining cold water fish habitat in the Central Valley that fish still have access to. This habitat is not locked behind rim dams. And when water supply is scarce, we can see spring run either restricted or delayed in accessing this habitat. The department recognized that it's not the only stressor affecting spring run and other listed fish in Mill and Deer Creek, but it's a very important one. When they enter Lower Deer and Mill, they're kind of at the 10th and goal line, using a football analogy, and it's critical that these fish can access this cold water habitat, which is intact and is climate resilient. So I'll end there and take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate the overview of what is, not the greatest state of the fisheries we know. Colleagues, questions? Board Member Blair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for the presentation. And I just wanted to follow up on that, on the pulse flow part of the presentation, and just understanding, based on what you saw here, didn't see a lot of fish swim upstream when the pulse flow events were occurring. So I was wondering how you plan to apply these lessons learned from this year to future years or next year if we're to readopt today. How would you make that decision about whether another call for a pulse flow might be beneficial, or something that you should give some second thought to?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Thank you. When the department is planning and scheduling pulse flows, we are really focused on the tail end of the run, or a bell curve. That is a time when water supply are scarce in drought, and water demand is at its maximum, especially in the context of conflict with spring run. We're trying to protect those late migrating fish for two reasons. One, to maintain life history diversity, which leads to increased species resiliency, trying to keep that window open so that fish are able to access the upper watersheds as they would be in a year where we're not in drought conditions and water supply is not as scarce. We are targeting fewer fish, but these few fish are important in the context of species resiliency and viability.
So, thank you for that. But do you see pulse flows? I guess, to put it another way, do you think it sounds like you're a believer that you think that just because it didn't work for this year, maybe as effectively as we might have hoped, that doesn't mean that for next year it couldn't be an effective trigger and cue. Is that accurate?
That is correct. And in fact, when I had developed a pulse flow schedule, there was a third pulse flow. And if I remember correctly, it was to begin May 9th, but we didn't have the base flow requirement to trigger a pulse flow. We were above 100 CFS at that time on both creeks. That pulse flow may have been further back in that bell curve to attract more fish. More fish may have been present. That said, pulse flows were effective in 2014 and 2015. I have presented that information to the board previously. Voluntary pulse flows in 2021 on both creeks were also produced significant results. And I'm very open to sharing that data in any form for continued discussions.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that response. For me, I'm learning, trying to appreciate the balancing that we have to weigh when we're making these decisions. It is a public trust balance, and the pulse flows could include releases up to full natural flow, which would be all the water in the stream. So it really helps to hear that this has been a successful tool that you've used and seen in the prior emergency regulations in the last drought, as well as with voluntary efforts. So thank you, that helps a lot.
Yeah, and let me just say, I take the pulse flows very seriously. I know I'm using water that could be used by the agricultural users, and I'm trying to use it to my best ability to help fish out. And I was disappointed in the results this year, but I was not disappointed in other years. So I would definitely seek pulse flows under future regulations.
Yeah, really appreciate the discussion, and it is a balance. And here, one one instance where, again, returns generally were just not high, doesn't necessarily preclude the point. Anything from other colleagues, and looking to you, Vice Chair, as well? Okay, yes, please.
Well, thank you. Really good discussion. And I appreciate what you just said, Mr. Johnson, about you being judicious about when to pull the trigger on the pulse flow. I just would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Elrod, and others that have been spending time out on the ground in these communities and understanding both the needs of the fishery, potential for opportunities that might include, and working with some of the local community members. I'd like to, I know that we don't have a proposal at this time for a voluntary agreement, but just wanted to provide you with a little bit of an opportunity here to receive your thoughts. And I'll be asking the same question of the stakeholders, and in between adoption of these regulations, I've been asking those questions as well of the local community. So just want to hear your thoughts.
Yes, myself and the rest of my management team and the department are committed to voluntary discussions. We have entered into them with good faith in the past. I recognize things are a little rockier than we would all like at the moment, but that doesn't mean we are not ready and willing to come to the table with our friends here in the local water districts.
Mr. Elrod, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else as well around the opportunity and discussions you've been having on the voluntary side.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I'd basically just echo what Matt had said. We're very, very interested in a collaborative path forward. We're hoping we could gain some traction with, doesn't happen often, but NOAA Fisheries has some significant funding specifically for fish passage. The first funding opportunity for, this is Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding, that this is year 1 of 5, where for fish passage, we have $400 million to distribute. That's nationwide for proposals or competitive proposals. And I mean, yeah, we're hoping to not miss this opportunity. It's kind of a once in a lifetime funding opportunity, and we're very interested in investing those funds in the places that matter, like Mill and Deer Creek. So we are eager to engage on that and have tried, but as Matt alluded to, things are rocky right now.
Elrod and Mr. Johnson, and thank you, Vice Chair, for again continuing to be a leader and helping to try to bridge the right relationship and view around these challenges. And it truly is here. I think of other watersheds. I think of the Colorado River. I think of the challenges that we're facing, and it does require us all to really come to the table in good faith. And that can be hard sometimes. There can be a lot of long-standing, sometimes disagreements or tensions, and we're not here to paper over those. The processes and work that we have before us actually allow a venue to have better discussion. And I'm reminded here, as we adopted last year, that we had very similar discussions. And I think that what we're here as a board to continue to maintain the expectation of is a way of approaching these discussions, and know that there is actually an incredible opportunity with the amount of dollars floating around to start to think about these challenges a bit differently. And I'm, here I reflect on the voluntary agreement on the Upper Russian River watershed as an example of how this board continues to be open to rational engagement on these challenging issues. But it can be hard sometimes, and I think we have to be just open and acknowledge that. So Thank you, Vice Chair. And I thank you both as well for your comments around the really important voluntary efforts that are part of and a continuum of just even this this work here. So thank you.
Chair Esquivel, I wanted to note we do have a few more staff slides.
Yes, please.
And,
Yeah,
organizationally, we wanted to get to the fishery conditions in the middle there, so it might have been a little confusing, but Lauren can finish up.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thank you. And appreciate everyone's really incredible discussion around this. We'll discuss more here soon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I will now be discussing the readoption of the emergency regulation, proposed amendments to the regulation, and comments we received concerning the emergency regulation for Mill and Deer Creeks. Next slide, please. Emergency regulations remain in place for up to 1 year following approval by the Office of Administrative Law. The emergency regulation for Mill and Deer Creeks will expire in October of 2022 unless readopted. The regulation proposed for readoption includes the same flow requirements as the emergency regulations adopted in 2021, 2015, and 2014. Staff are proposing a minor amendment to the regulation as part of this readoption to allow, notwithstanding curtailments, limited diversions for livestock survival during a scheduled pulse flow. The proposed amendment is due to a request we received during a pulse flow event in 2022. I will get into more detail about the amendment on the next slide. Next slide, please. Currently, there is no provision in the emergency regulation adopted in 2021 allowing stock watering when curtailments would otherwise prohibit a diversion. In the regulation proposed for readoption, staff have proposed a process through which the deputy director could approve a petition for limited continued diversions needed for livestock survival during pulse flow events, if alternate water supplies are not available. The provision requires the petitioner to demonstrate that curtailing diversions to achieve pulse flows would likely impair livestock survival, and that there is no reasonable water supply alternatives available, such as stock ponds, groundwater wells, or hauled water. The proposed regulation includes provisions for CDFW or NIMS to object if either agency finds the continued diversion for livestock will threaten fishery resources. Next slide, please. We received one comment letter during the recent comment period from Los Molinos Mutual Water Company, Stanford Vina Ranch Irrigation Company, and Peyton Pacific Properties, LLC. The comment letter expressed general opposition to the State Water Board's readopting the emergency regulation for Mill and Deer Creeks. These parties have expressed their concerns in previous years of drought emergency and have made the assertion that there is no emergency within these two watersheds, among other comments. Staff do not recommend any further changes to the proposed regulation based on this comment. Next slide, please. This slide goes over next steps in the regulatory process and schedule. The rulemaking process is established by the California Administrative Procedures Act. For emergency regulations, the normal rulemaking process is simplified and generally includes a brief public notice period, brief public comment period, review by the Office of Administrative Law, or OAL, and an approval decision by OAL. We released the draft regulation for readoption on August 5th, with comments due August 11th. On August 5th, we also released the notice of proposed rulemaking, the finding of emergency, informative digest, and fiscal analysis as required by OAL. Pending readoption today, we plan to submit the emergency regulation file to OAL in the following few days. After the emergency regulation package has been submitted, OAL then has 10 calendar days to review and make a decision on the proposed emergency rulemaking. During the 10-day period, OAL posts the notice of emergency action on their website, which starts a 5 calendar day comment period. After the comment period ends, OAL has the remainder of the 10 calendar days to make a decision. If OAL approves the emergency regulation, the office will file the approved regulation with the Secretary of State, and the regulation will become effective. Based on the proposed schedule, the emergency regulation would become effective in late August or early September and would remain in effect for up to 1 year. Next slide, please. Before we conclude the Staff and Fish Agency presentation, we wanted to remind interested parties of some of our available resources and ways you can contact us and stay informed. If you have any questions, you can send us an email at twr-milldeerdrought@waterboards.ca.gov. Staff are monitoring the email inbox and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We also strongly encourage you to subscribe to our Mill Deer Drought email distribution. Ready? You can sign up in your email in the subscription box that can be found at the bottom of the Mill Deer Drought response webpage. Information on curtailments in the Mill and Deer
Creek watersheds will be distributed via that email list and also posted on our webpage. Please also regularly check our Mildred Drought Response webpage for current information. Next slide, please. This concludes the presentation on the proposed readoption of the emergency regulation for Mill and Deer Creeks. We recommend adoption of the proposed resolution and regulation. And with that, are available questions or questions from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden. Colleagues, any questions at this point? And we do have 2 commenters that we can go to if not. Okay, seeing none, and here, pull up my screen so I can see the vice chair as well. Like to call up then here in person, Jackson Manassian. Mr. Manassian, I believe you may have you indicated you'd like to speak for 4 hours, but just know you have as much time as you need. And if that was by mistake, sorry. I'm sorry. You need to turn on your mic. I apologize. No one will be able to hear you.
We want an evidentiary hearing with witnesses and sworn testimony and cross-examination. We think it will take about 4 hours. Are you willing to grant that hearing?
We're not prepared to grant that hearing, no, Mr. Manassian.
But I'm here on behalf of Stanford Vina, Los Molinos Mutual Water Company, and Peyton Pacific Properties. And you are abusing the word emergency. There is no emergency on Mill or Deer Creek. The hydrology was excellent. The fish returns, like 2021 and 2022, were good. And so here you are in 4 years of 8 saying it's an emergency. We can't hold an evidentiary hearing. That's not appropriate behavior. People in government that refuse to hold hearings don't get truth. You see Representative Cheney paying the price today for pushing for a hearing so that she could learn the truth. Now, you're just getting fiction. That's the best I can tell. They're using all these words. Is that the fish are doing pretty well on Mill and Deer. It was a good year, just like last year. And the hydrology is excellent. So what are you doing? How do we get your attention to get out of this habit of acting out of convenience, emergency, because it's convenient for your staff not to have to participate in an evidentiary hearing? This isn't right. You want a voluntary resolution, yet you won't say no to DFW and NIMS. They're not going to compromise if they can run in here with one-page letters and get what they want for free. Now, I got an email last night from Ms. Riddle on behalf of your executive director in a big backpedal about the 1990 agreement. So I gather they haven't told you what's going on. In 1990, the state comes into Mill Creek and says, we want a project, a voluntary agreement. We're going to pay for a well, and you're going to forego diversions in the equivalent amount. And they did it. The agreement was for 25 CFS. They did 12 CFS, but it works for 30 years until you come along and give DFW the water for free. Los Molinos is notified that they're not going to get any of the state-funded pumping credits that they've received for the last 30 years because the state is getting the water for free through you. So how are we supposed to make a voluntary agreement when you come along, take the water for free, and they breach their existing contract? And Brian at NIMS is genuine. He thinks this is silly. They ought to throw money at this, and he has money. And yet we're spending all our energy at the state to not use you to breach the existing voluntary agreement. And talk about the optics, exacerbating drought impacts to a small community in rural California because you're going to take their water for free. The wells are all there. The program no through anything. They've just walked away from it. And your staff knows about it. They're concerned about it. They're afraid that this is going to bite, and they should be. And yet here you are, again, 4 years of 8, emergency. We're not going to hold a hearing. We're not going to pay compensation. This is not appropriate behavior.
from people in government. If you want a resolution, say no. I'll bet we make a deal very quickly. This is a very low barrier to a resolution. As far as California water problems go, these creeks should be pretty easy. But the personalities at DFW and some of your staff members are so aggressive about putting the water users down and taking what they want for free. We just can't seem to do it. So you should get out of the way. Just say no, because there's no emergency on either of these creeks. Let me tell you what's going on Deer Creek. DFW comes to you and says, it's an emergency. These fish are in crisis. They get emergency regulations. They then walk away from their fish ladders and screens that they've operated and maintained for 70 years. Nobody is operating and maintaining the screens and ladders on Deer Creek. Facilities that are required for the fish you're going to attract to survive the migration up Deer Creek are totally abandoned. It's immunity and impunity in their attitudes, and you are part of the problem. And all you can do is just say, no, we're not going to make this any work. We're going to give everybody a chance to actually negotiate.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Manassian. I think there's some fundamental disagreements, obviously, between us here, but I don't think that needs to diminish what I think are still the opportunities to be working together here into the future. So appreciate that. Vice Chair, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I think that it's important for me to say what's on my mind here as well. Mr. Manassian, I just want to make sure that you hear from the board directly as to our interest in voluntary agreements, and that we have directed our staff. We have received periodic updates from our staff. And I have also invested quite a bit of time in this and have reached out to some of the attorneys that represent the diverters. I've spent time in the watershed. I've been there twice. And we are committed and remain committed. What's been called to my attention is whether or not some of the diverters remain committed. And so I don't want to use today as a back and forth, but I do want to make sure that you get the message from us that this is something that to. And we will continue to spend time in the watershed. And we just heard from the fishery agencies that they are interested in long-term voluntary solutions. We're not in a position today to go through every detail. That's what the discussions would be for. And then I just also want to bring to your attention that I voted against these voluntary agreements in 1 year because I felt that we did not continue to invest the time. And since then, I have been convinced that we are investing in the time in these voluntary agreements. And I personally, as the ag member on the board, as you heard from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, they are really wanting to be sensitive to the agricultural needs. And I think we as a board are all sensitive to those needs. But as the ag member, I've spent a little bit of extra time there. And in the meantime, there has been, some litigation in this area, which makes it clear that we have the authority. So I think that, the best solution all the way around would be for voluntary agreements, because we can look at a package of flow and non-flow measures, look at some of these issues that you've identified today regarding the well and fish screen and other potential opportunities that are out there. And we have this really amazing opportunity now with additional funding that's available. Really encourage you to go back to your clients and encourage them to, invest some extra time in this right now. Because that opportunity may go away with some additional funding. And I think that, just from what I saw in the area, these are a lot of small farmers that, may not have the financial ability to address conservation and efficiency improvements. But with the commitment with the Department of Food and Agriculture and some of the stakeholders that are interested in this, I am really quite confident that we can get there so that we can have some additional relief for the fishery and at the same time have it be not so burdensome for the agricultural community. So thank you for your time today, and I hope we'll be able to continue conversations ongoing into the future.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate your strong leadership in these issues, and I know that it's a careful balance that this board approaches all of these discussions, and as you said, very open to the cooperative and creative solutions that we know are out there on agreements and have watersheds where we have examples of what we can do. And I think there is a lot that we can do here. Mr. Manassian, as you said, I think it's sometimes a matter of, seems personalities sometimes between us all. And so I think we just need to have the right frame, but it looks like you would like to respond.
Yeah, I want to thank Brian at NIMS because I think he's being genuine and was being genuine. He says, I got 65 million in my agency. Let's do something, right? And then we learn that DFW is not going to give Mill Creek the pumping credits for the existing voluntary agreement, hurting them. It's not a new project. It's a well that's out there. This is not a big community. They need those credits, and DFW is not going to do it because you're taking the water. So that's a pretty challenging set of circumstances to then go to the water users and say, well, I want to enter a new voluntary agreement.
I appreciate that. And I think as Vice Chair said, there's a lot of detail within all of that we're not going to be able to suss out before this board in this moment, but let's talk again. We're open to and continue to signal that there is an opportunity to engage in detail around all of this to say how can we make it work. And I hope again, Mr. Manassian, you're there to make it work and help counsel your clients here in a way that helps us navigate this, because we were here a year ago, and I feel there has been discussion and progress, and we have an opportunity.
But how do you get a compromise if you guys do everything two of the agencies want?
I don't think we're doing everything that the agencies want here. What we're doing is adopting standards that have, again, a scientific basis in the middle of what are historic drought conditions here on the way we view the project. But I think we have a lot of opportunity. I think we have one other commenter, and would like to call up Matt Clifford.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members. I'm Matt Clifford. I'm a staff attorney for Triage California Water Project. I work on in-stream flow, voluntary in-stream flow and water conservation projects throughout coastal California and also in the Lassen foothills, particularly on Deer Creek. And we've actually been involved in Deer Creek since 2014, working with diverters there on voluntary projects to try to, on both fish passage and stream flow, to try to come up with solutions that help get spring run up the creek. And despite that history of involvement, you haven't seen us at past hearings. Some of our peers of NGOs have showed up, but you haven't seen our faces at past hearings on these emergency rules in the area. And frankly, we thought it best to kind of keep our distance from, given our voluntary work in the watershed, from the regulatory aspects of what's going on. And I'm not going to say a lot today about that. I'm going to remain somewhat agnostic. We'll just remain agnostic on the rule itself. But I was aware that some of our work and perhaps our name came up at the last hearing, one of the last hearings the board had on this subject. And so I just wanted to show my face here and make sure the board was aware of some of the activities that we're doing in the watershed, which I think might bear some relevance ultimately to solutions in Deer Creek. And I'll just, as an overview, several years ago, well, basically there are 3 large diverters on Lower Deer Creek. It's probably stating it wrong. 2.5 is probably more accurate. But one of the 2 large diverters several years ago, we installed a roughened rock ramp. It was a multi-million-dollar project funded by a bunch of state and local agencies to basically replace their existing dam. And if you go look at that today, it's basically a natural stream channel that provides, kind of fail-safe fish passage at that diversion. So that's one. We've been in the process for a number of years at the other large diverter to try to develop a similar project, and I've gotten a fair amount of progress there as well. And we have funds at hand, a fairly large
grant from the Wildlife Conservation Board now to work on specific design for specific water conservation, groundwater substitution, in-stream flow projects at 3 locations within the watershed, which alone will not solve this problem, but I think we could be a major part of this of the solution. And then finally, with Wildlife Conservation Board funding, we've completed a groundwater study of the aquifer underlying Lower Deer Creek, and which has produced very promising results. I mean, frankly, because we think there's great possibilities there because of a couple of things. The prolific nature of the aquifer and the large size of the aquifer relative to demands, the fact that there's a relatively limited window during the year of times when there's conflicts between irrigation and fish passage, that we just really see some solutions could be possible here. And we're aware of the issues, and one needs to be careful about thinking the groundwater is the solution to everything, but we think there are real possibilities in Deer Creek. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that body of work. I will stay out of, whatever. We understand the disputes between the state and federal governments and the diverters. We're here to be part of the solution if we can. And if any of our work, or the study we've done, the design work we've done can help be part of a solution that not only meets, helps diverters comply with these emergency regulations, but goes farther and ultimately develops a longer term solution that works all the time. We'd like that to happen. Because, ultimately emergency regulations are one thing, but we have, as part of that WCB study, we have funds in hand ultimately to develop year-round and long-term water quality standards that would go all the way to protect fish. And ultimately, that's our long-term goal in the watershed. So I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to show our face and let the board know about that body of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. Appreciate your participation in today's discussion and highlighting the good work that I know is ongoing. Colleagues, how are we feeling? Where does that leave us here? Any further questions? Again, I know there's we've had a lot of good discussion around the voluntary efforts, how this, I hear clearly from me, want to see success there, want to see some resolution. But for me, the need is clear for these regs right now. But other colleagues, feelings?
I guess I'll just share my thoughts on this. These are emergency regs. They're really, really bare minimum, and they're not, ultimately what we really need in terms of in-stream flows for reasonable protection. And I think we all would agree that that's what we really want to be working and, in my mind, accelerating our work to get. I know we have a huge workload, but just, I think this is, a good example that we've seen with really all of the emergency regs that we've had to do of why we really need in-stream flows for longer term and to provide that clarity and certainty. I think that can really help with voluntary agreements between stakeholders that can then have that certainty in their negotiations and as they work through those agreements between them. I do think we have a duty to regulate, to protect species from extinction, and we are, and that not just, well, especially in emergency regs in this time, I think we don't have a choice but to act. I think we can't shirk our duty to do that. I don't think that, I think we've been really clear and my colleagues have said it really well around just our, continued strong encouragement and support for voluntary agreements. But at this point, I definitely would support moving forward with what we have. I don't have questions or changes to what was proposed.
Yeah. I'll just say that I concur, that with the importance of moving forward today, that we do have to be decisive, that in-stream flows are a key component of our responsibility when looking at balance. So, doing nothing is not an answer. And that being said, I was hopeful coming into this meeting or over the last few months that we would have had a little bit better news about the efforts to find a compromise, because I think there is room for a compromise, even in light of emergency regulations right now, which, the term I recall from the last drought was that these are the belly scraping flows, these are the minimum flows. And I know there's difference of opinion on that, but to get beyond that, in my mind, what I'm really thinking about is results, right? It's fish. It's how can we support a sustainable ecosystem? And I think we can do that in ways by using what limited resources we have. And resources are water and their habitat and their money and collaboration. There are all these things. And there is an opportunity here over the coming months, I think, to hopefully put all of our heads together and come up with an option that should be, if this drought is to continue or conditions are to get worse, let's hope that's not the case, that we can be sitting here at the appropriate time, even in less than a year, and have an open mind to what compromise might look like. I would want to have confidence, of course, that the fishery agencies, I appreciate all of the good work that they do and thinking about the long-term studies, and in the short term, I think everyone having a seat at the table is incredibly important. So I just, I'm ready to proceed today with the regulations as recommended, but I would like to ask for a periodic update, probably through a briefing, and maybe through the drought regular updates if there's anything to report, but certainly a briefing to circle back in terms of what staff thinks the appropriate. I do have a mind to, you're spread thin. You have limited staff to get a whole lot of work done. But, we have invested quite a lot in other watersheds in terms of developing voluntary solutions. And the Russian River this year is a huge success story, despite the challenges that are currently going on. But in developing a framework for something that can have longevity, can produce meaningful results in a watershed. And I would just really love to be able to see that kind of model replicated in others. And I think different opportunities here, there may be room for that. And I'm not, again, not in a place to get into all the detail, but our support to the extent we can in helping facilitate that.
Thank you both. Vice Chair.
I had considered requesting resolution language, but I read through the resolution and I do believe it's clear. I can't remember which clause. I think it's whereas 26 that references that Ms. Riddle or someone, if you want to jump in, but it references that these voluntary agreements may be possible. And I think between that language and our discussion here today, that we've made our intentions clear.
And Vice Chair Diadamo is correct.
But I agree,
it is,
welcome that.
It is whereas clause 26 that references the voluntary agreements.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
And I'll just briefly point out that resolved clause 5 follows up on that in a similar manner.
Thank you for highlighting those both. And I agree with you, Vice Chair. I hope everyone comes away from this discussion with a clear intention and desire from this board, and hearing that. So, and appreciate the recommendation from Board Member McGuire that we figure out what the right time frame for some check-ins to make sure that our interest is helping pressure and keep the right common vision here for the project and the work, and we're here to help. Thank you, Board Member. Okay. I don't know if we had a motion amongst that. I don't think we did yet, but I think we may be ready.
I'll move to adopt the resolution.
I'll second. Oh.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you. The item is adopted, and know that, again, this is not easy balancing that the board and all of us come to on these challenges, but the circumstances are there for us, and it is about the long term here, and continuing to make sure we have the right opportunity amongst us. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and take a short break. Afford ourselves here just say a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 2:05 or at 2:10, and we can continue on to item number 6, which is our workshop on our draft F22-23 fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Fund. So we'll see you all here in about 10 minutes at 2:10. Thank you all.
How long of a break we got?
13 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to the bathroom again.
Okay. When you go off of that. I mean, when you
Barnes.
That's what we did. The same way. Oh, really? Yeah, but in your ears. There you go, that's all you care about.
That again.
Were you reading my mind?
No, okay. No, I had not heard it. Okay. Okay. Thanks. You know,
I mean, I do. But I know I didn't turn it on.
and I finally got the message about live stream.
Yes. Are you back? And I said, no, I got that. So we'll have to talk cross wires there a little bit. But I did say that.
Okay, everyone, the countdown timer is done, and just to appreciate everyone's opportunity here for a break. That now brings us to item number 6 on our agenda. And I believe we have Jasmine Oaxaca to kick us off. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Jasmine Oaxaca. I'm a supervising engineer over our safe and affordable drinking water financial assistance. Joe Karkoski, our deputy director, as well as Doug Bojack in the Office of Chief Counsel. Today, I'll be talking about the draft fiscal year 2022-23 Fund Expenditure Plan, or FEP, as I'll be referring to it, for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, which was released yesterday on August 15th. Next, please. And we'll start by looking back at progress made in fiscal year 2021-22 from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Next, please. This slide shows our key metrics for the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, or SAFER program, and our performance over the past fiscal year. For fiscal year 2021-22, interim solutions to 55 communities and 1,265 households, technical assistance or TA projects for 94 communities, 27 of which are for planning via technical assistance, executed or completed planning assistance communities, and completed for 37 communities. These totals represent the broader SAFER program, which includes other funding sources aside from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, and I'll say more about that in a bit. For the construction projects line, the numbers in parentheses reflect projects going through our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, which primarily benefit small disadvantaged communities or low-income households. So in total, this equates to over $720 million in funding, benefiting approximately 7.8 million people. The far right column lists out our proposed performance goals for fiscal year 2022-23 to provide interim assistance to 50 communities, TA to 100 communities, planning projects to 10 communities, and construction projects for 30 communities. Additional performance metrics are included in the text of the FEP in Section 7 and Appendix I. We also have a section that describes a number of process improvements we are focusing on this coming fiscal year, and those we have completed with the goal of improving our administrative efficiency. Next, please. Taking a look at SAFER program assistance by system type, for systems out of compliance, that is those on the Human Right to Water or HR2W list, consistent with the list we used in the 2022 Drinking Water Needs Assessment, 220 out of 368 or 60% of systems have either assistance approved or requested, with total funding either approved or pending of $337.5 million. And for human right to water systems not receiving assistance, there could be multiple reasons for this. Some examples include the system might be new to the list, has a relatively low cost solution they're able to self-fund without financial assistance from the state. The system is unable to physically consolidate, has a violation of secondary maximum contaminant law, or pays for funding. The system is not being operated properly, or the system has violations that are not project related. For example, failure to monitor a report. For the at-risk systems, 128 out of 432 or 30% of systems have either assistance approved or requested. Total funding either approved or pending of $226.5 million.
As we continue to enter into agreements with newly qualified technical assistance providers and increase our TA capacity, we do hope to also increase assistance to the at-risk systems. Next, please. Shifting gears and looking at the projects we funded across the broader SAFER program, this table shows a breakout of funding committed in fiscal year 2021-22 by type of project across the top and by funding source on the left. And these are the funding sources of the broader SAFER program. So that includes the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, general obligation bonds, various general fund appropriations, and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund principal forgiveness. So overall, in fiscal year 2021-22, the State Water Board committed funding to about 100 drinking water projects, totaling about $290 million in assistance, the largest portion of that going towards planning and construction via last year's general fund infrastructure appropriation. Next, please. So drilling down into the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund specifically, this chart shows a breakdown of fiscal year 2021-22 committed expenditures by solution type, and I'll be spending a few minutes on this slide. So key highlights are that over 17 interim water supplies and emergencies this past fiscal year. Notable investments included an amendment to the tanks and hauled water program in the Central Valley and a co-funding agreement with the Valley Water Collaborative, which represents 2 management zones to complement their work implemented under CV salts. And as a side note, 1.1 million went towards emergencies from the Self-Help Enterprises Emergency Fund via their TA master agreement. And an additional 11.7 million went towards interim water supplies and emergencies committed from various general fund appropriations. So additionally, we reserve over 47 million to continue to use towards interim water supplies and emergencies related to drought in cases where no other funding sources are available, including development wide and regional programs for state smalls and domestic wells. For technical assistance, 2 amendments to existing TA agreements were funded through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund to extend services through 2025. And funds were also committed to 1 new TA provider, the California Urban Water Agencies, which will allow larger systems to partner with smaller systems to provide enhanced assistance to address technical, managerial, and financial capacity deficiencies. For administrators, no Safe and Affordable Drinking Water funds were directed this past fiscal year. However, 5.7 million was committed from the general fund to develop 2 new master agreements with qualified administrators. These master agreements will help streamline the provision of funding as water systems are designated by the Division of Drinking Water to accept an administrator. For planning, with the large amount of funding available through last year's Budget Act for drinking water infrastructure, again, no Safe and Affordable Drinking Water funding was committed this past year towards planning. However, 23 technical assistance work plans were executed to conduct planning, which is a bit higher than last year. And then per the proposed SAFER program priorities, it is expected that more planning projects will be directed to go through technical assistance. For construction, 3 construction projects were funded through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water System, Drinking Water Fund for systems out of compliance, at risk, and other community water systems, which is a decrease from last year. However, this is again due to the large amount of funding available from other funding sources. For direct O&M support, one project was committed from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund to support daily operation costs of a system that will be appointed an administrator soon. And then similar O&M support was committed for another system via the general fund. We continue to reserve funds for the point of use, point of entry treatment pilot and contracts. And lastly, actual staff costs for this past fiscal year for both administrative and implementation tasks associated with requirements of SB 200 were close to what was initially estimated. Next slide, please. This slide is similar but shows expenditures from fiscal year 2021-22 by system type. And for highlights, a majority of funding went to serve all types of systems via new TA agreements and amendments. And a good portion of funding went towards interim solutions for communities and households served by state smalls or domestic wells. And as noted previously, around 47 million is reserved from the prior fiscal year to supplement drought funding if needed, particularly in establishing additional countywide and regional programs to assist communities served by state smalls or domestic wells. Next, please. And now we'll look ahead to this current fiscal year 2022-23. Next, please. This slide shows all funding sources we have available for the SAFER program to go towards drinking water projects. Note that these funds are available, though not necessarily funds we'll be able to commit during this fiscal year. Out of the 1.15 billion total available for grants for drinking water projects, only about 325 million, the lighter blue portion, is available for non-capital projects. And our Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund continues to be our most versatile funding source available, with the capability of funding interim water supplies and emergencies, technical assistance, administrators, and O&M, as well as projects and programs that benefit communities served by state smalls and domestic wells. Next, please. These are our proposed program priorities for the SAFER program this fiscal year, which will continue to focus on our efforts on small disadvantaged communities and low-income households. They are to address any emergency or urgent funding needs expeditiously, only where other emergency funds are not available and a critical water shortage or outage could occur without support from the fund. Address community water systems and school water systems consistently out of compliance with primary drinking water standards or at risk of failing. Accelerate consolidations and for consistently out of compliance, at risk, as well as state smalls and domestic wells, and promote opportunities for regional scale consolidations. Expedite planning through use of technical assistance for systems out of compliance, at risk, as well as state smalls and domestic wells. Provide interim solutions, initiate planning efforts for long-term solutions, and fund capital projects for state smalls and domestic wells with source water above a primary maximum contaminant level or at risk of running dry due to drought. And then new to this year's FEP, based on feedback from our SAFER advisory group, is to provide direct operation and maintenance or O&M support to assist community water systems facing the highest affordability burdens while promoting sustainability and technical, managerial, and financial capacity building. And also to ensure assistance is distributed in a manner consistent with the goals
and direction provided by the State Water Board's Racial Equity Resolution and associated action plan. Next, please. These are proposed targets for the new fiscal year's appropriation of $130 million. These are informed by discussions at the Safer Advisory Group meeting from June 2022. And overall, we propose $111.3 million to go towards projects, with $18.3 million for interim water supplies and emergencies. Again, we carry forward an amount of $47.4 million for these projects from the previous fiscal year. We target $72 million for technical assistance, $5 million for administrators, $3 million for planning, $3 million for direct O&M support, and $10 million for construction. On the bottom there, we retain $3.2 million for the point of use, point of entry treatment pilot, and $1.5 million for contracts, for example, data management investments, and an estimated $14 million for staff costs. And this includes both administrative and implementation tasks. Next, please. So to highlight a few items regarding the new targets, solutions will continue to be focused on small DACs and low-income households, though we will also allow for funding of small non-DAC or medium DAC projects that either address high-priority public health impacts or are part of a consolidation effort. Significant investments are proposed to help address the large numbers of state smalls and domestic wells identified as being at risk for water quality or drought impacts. And these will be funded, these will be provided interim water supplies, emergency technical assistance, or construction funding. Significant investment technical assistance to develop and execute master TA agreements with newly qualified drinking water TA providers. Establishment of new TA agreements will increase capacity statewide and help support accelerated planning efforts for systems out of compliance, consolidations, as well as at-risk systems. Some funds establish additional administrator agreements, either as master agreements or system-specific agreements. Some funds are also targeted to further develop the direct O&M funding program and establish a streamlined approach to distribute O&M based on certain affordability criteria that are to be established. Targets for planning and construction projects are relatively low given the large amount of funding still available from the general fund infrastructure appropriation. And then I did want to note that safe and affordable drinking water funding may be suitable for planning and construction for certain cases, such as planning for regional scale consolidation efforts, consolidation incentive projects, or construction projects which incorporate significant greenhouse gas emission reduction elements. Next, please. So next, I wanted to summarize key updates to the FEP text compared to last year's version. Next, please. For direct O&M support, more detail was added around steps to develop the O&M program further, including the affordability threshold, program guidelines, key conditions of funding, and streamlining the O&M funding award and disbursement process. In the construction section, a proposed list of project conditions were added, where certain eligible construction projects, including consolidations, may be funded with the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund via the Urgent Drinking Water Needs application process rather than the traditional Drinking Water State Revolving Fund application and approval process. And then for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, information was added on how a portion of state funding for PFAS will be utilized to meet the needs of small DACs, for example, in support of statewide testing, implementation of treatment pilots, and planning for regional scale consolidation. Construction projects to address PFAS will be funded per the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan and Supplemental Intended Use Plan for emerging contaminants. Related to drought infrastructure, SB 552 requirements were added in for small water suppliers and counties, as well as potential funding opportunities via the State Water Board and the Department of Water Resources. And lastly, the metrics and performance section was expanded to track safer program progress across the 8 metric categories that were introduced in the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund policy, plus the one on racial equity and environmental justice that was added last year. Next, please. So looking ahead, these are the next steps for the FEP. The draft is posted and the public comment period ends on September 14th. We'll be discussing the draft at the next Safer Advisory Group meeting on September 9th. And we will respond and respond to comments and revise the plan in September, October, and bring it back to the board for your consideration at the November 1st board meeting. Next, please. And at this time, we could take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Oaxaca. I really appreciate just that we're able to iterate each year on the fund expenditure plan. Appreciate the statistics and metrics that we have built into the program and have from the start that's helping us track what the impact is of these investments from the Safe and Affordable Fund, but also these other pots of funding. And certainly here, I know this board, I apologize, I won't be here tomorrow, but we'll have further conversation just on the progress we've made and the improvements we know we need to continue to make in implementation on the drinking water side of the Safe and Affordable Fund, but even just our opportunities with the Clean Water State Revolving Fund on the wastewater side. And so just thank you for this. It comes here, it's a yearly process, but still yet well-timed as there is attention on the program. Thanks to the audit, which the findings, as you read through it, thankfully are many things that we're embracing and have been around process improvement, but unfortunately just not supported by the headline conclusion around a lack of urgency. And I think that bears out in the numbers that we have here before us on what we've been able to do in the last year. And we know that it adds to what is here a 3-year timeline that includes reducing the number of Californians served by failing systems by 40%, going from that 1.6 million to 950,000, and still a lot more work to do. And we know when we look at the need writ large from our failing systems to even just our water systems in the state, we're going to continue to need to invest more. But I appreciate that we have this incredible nationally leading program and your leadership and everyone else's in continuing to make sure that it works, including our advisory committee, which they are a really important to operation and maintenance, something that we are trying to crack and understand the affordability nexus and when is that appropriate moment for the state to be able to be supporting the operation and maintenance, ongoing operation and maintenance of a system, because there is that gap and need in affordability. But as you see, we're at the start of an incredible program, and just appreciate the great leadership and work across this board. And thank you as well to the board member Firestone for success as well. I have no immediate question, but look to fellow board colleagues.
I just wanted to say thank you. Appreciate all the hard work that's gone into just starting up the program, implementing it over the these couple of short years. Amazing work has occurred, and it just really grateful for all the work and energy that has gone into from staff and then coordinating with the community's Office of Public Participation and the advisory group. And just as we, as you look at I just have one ask on it. It's just as you start to implement the new TA agreements with the providers that are going to be actually providing the real support of getting the projects through planning, just really shortening that time frame, which is just amazing to see this here, coming together and happening. Just would like to receive, some updates on how that is going, whether that is, through the executive director's report or through briefings. I just, really I'm looking forward to seeing that get kicked on that part of the process, just moving forward and just helping communities get, to the step of construction just that much sooner. So thank you for, your just the creativity and the, continuously looking for ways to, improve the program, starting it up and then looking for ways of just continuous improvements along the way is much appreciated.
Thank you, board member, and just have to acknowledge and thank just your incredible personal leadership in this work, at Watershed, and how innovative and incredible as Ms. Oaxaca carries on the work. It truly is when it comes to be able to better serve our smaller systems, which we know is a different level of service than the larger ones out there. Just thank you for your incredible continuity to be able to be here with us here next to us on all this work, truly.
Great. Okay. I am just exceptionally proud of this program and the work that DFA and DDW and OPP and our staff, as well as the advisory group and all the partners on the ground that are doing this work, have accomplished so far. First 3 years of a really ambitious, difficult program. We were very much standing up and running at the same time this huge, ambitious program. I think this, the fund expenditure plan really reflects, I think, well, the priorities that we've made clear. Building over the last 3 years, I think continues to evolve, but also has a lot of consistency year to year is what we're trying to achieve. Will I just call out and appreciate that even more today than 3 years ago. I think there's clearly a greater focus on drought and resiliency, as well as affordability and operations and maintenance versus from other partners and sources, as well as things in place. So that means that we, as reflected here, we really don't want to be pulling from this source when there's other sources available. So I think this, what we've laid out here is a really good reflection of the priorities and the evolution of this work. I have lots of little things I want to mention while we have time. One thing which, we heard somebody mention earlier in public comment and is always a work in progress, I think, for us at the board is around our website and communication in terms of making it really easy for folks to get information. There's been a ton, and I think the fund expenditure plan talks about a huge amount of outreach that we've been doing and continue to do through, whether it's DFA
OPP, all of those acronyms, basically the full team at the board on this. But, to the extent that we can, make it even easier to really have a clear way for folks that need assistance to be able to find that no matter where they go. I know we know where it is, but not necessarily members of the public always do. And just to that point, I think a lot of that also is not just on us, but on really what is an extension of us that are the TA providers on the ground, and just making sure that that outreach and communication, that we rely on really that interpersonal interaction and specific outreach, that we're also capturing that, because I know we have that expectation, and I don't know that we're necessarily capturing that in at least the metrics I saw in terms of outreach and communication. But certainly the other piece that I'll just mention here is related to private wells and state smalls, which is I still feel like we don't have a great way for an layperson individual to figure out what is potentially in their well. We have really great interactive tools, incredible interactive tools. On our Gamma site, we have lots of different tools that have been developed. Some are contaminant specific, and I just continue to just want to flag for follow-up with staff on, is there something we can do that is that is really clear and tailored for individuals to be able to get that information, type in their address. And I'll just say for me, I couldn't figure that out easily. And an indicator that probably people that that don't have this background probably also can't. So I know I've mentioned that in the past, and that can be a follow-up on.
Yeah, I think there's a somewhat of a disconnect in our data systems, is that if we don't have sampling it that well, it's...
Of course, yeah. It's more the at risk, right? We have all these analyses of what's at risk. We have the aquifer at risk map, right? We have these really great tools about risk, but it's not necessarily intuitive for a layperson to figure out, okay, I want to know what's potentially in my well. What should I actually be trying to monitor for?
And we can follow up on that. That should be doable with a lot of caveats.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can just chime in, because it's a passion of mine as well on how we continue to get better at, and to the board member Firestone's point, connecting people to the right tools, and that there are many different ones. And but what I'll note is the Water Quality Monitoring Council is, is exactly charged with helping to do that, and have created a number of portals that are more specific, more geared toward general public. Basic question: what is the potential water quality challenges of my well, even if it hasn't been tested, and being able to communicate that in a more clear of an individual web portal geared just for that question. And so whether it's water quality or like HABs, I think it's, it can maybe benefit from something similar. But ultimately, the website and how it all comes together and we're communicating our work is something we always need to be clear on. But I think there, to your point, board member, is a clear need when it comes to, what is the threat of, you say, water quality to one's well, and how to better support people just understanding their own risks.
Yeah, agreed on that. And and just since just the last thing for me on website is just, I know this just came out the other day, and we have a longer comment period for stakeholders to be commenting on this. And we have an advisory group meeting and a whole bunch of process on this. If we can, I think this PowerPoint was really great. Maybe if we could have a link on the website for folks that when they're accessing this draft, that they can also access this PowerPoint as a summary. I think that might be helpful if that's not too hard. Okay, a few more relatively minor things I just want to mention while we have this time. One is really, this is a newer issue for me, but I wanted to flag it and make sure that there was that we could include it to the extent appropriate. And that is, I've started to meet more and more folks that are on raw canal water. And I know there's a number in Imperial County. We met some in Placer County, all over the state. That is not safe drinking water, and they're required to buy bottled water. And I forget there's a term for them, but instead of just domestic wells, I also think just as we're looking at consolidation projects to bring people into regulated community water systems that aren't, we think of, at least I think of domestic wells, but I think that also could include these folks that are on raw water, canal raw water. And, I think whether it's domestic wells or this kind of raw water, canal water households, I think there's caveats and ways that may be appropriate to prioritize there. And so I certainly don't think that this program should solve all of those problems, but I just wanted to flag in terms of that I always think of individuals that don't have safe water and aren't on a community water system as being on domestic wells, but just have learned myself about the communities that also don't have safe water because they're on. Also, let's see. Just one note. I mean, I know this, and I think this is clear in the metrics we talk that are in the fund expenditure plan, but we really are behind on administrators, and there's a lot of reasons for that. We've issued a lot of orders, but we haven't actually gotten them in place yet. I think we have like one, at least according to this. And so I know there's new legislation that may not have been passed and signed yet, but looks like it will be soon around liability. I know this mentions that we're trying to look for master agreements. I think that's an area to make sure that, I guess I'm really hopeful that we can get master contracts in place, because I think that can speed things up a lot, and just kind of recognizing for ourselves that that isn't quite working yet. It may make sense to revisit the administrator handbook at some point. I don't, so just flagging that. Also, just with the O&M assistance, so I really appreciate that we're just saying, we are going to look at how we're developing a program and not just thinking of this as a pilot project. I think it's a really good approach, very needed and challenging. And I think, flagging here those tensions between wanting to support and ensure sustainability and TMF capacity, but also recognize the need for O&M support. I would just like us to continue as we develop that, looking at to what extent it makes sense to support individual household affordability programs as we support those system O&M projects. I know a lot of, it may not make sense with really small systems. It could make sense, I think, when you have more medium systems, to the extent where when you have, when we are, particularly for publicly owned water systems that have Prop 218, if state funds are subsidizing operations and maintenance, it should allow them some flexibility to be able to provide customer assistance programs for individual customers that otherwise they would be prohibited from providing that assistance from because of Prop 218. So I understand that's complex. It's already complex enough to figure out an O&M support project. I don't think this should be trying to solve individual household affordability across the state by any means. I just wanted to flag this sort of narrow area of where we are providing
operations and maintenance support, as we develop that, how do we make sure that that can maybe also provide that flexibility and support for systems to provide individual customer assistance that maybe they weren't otherwise able to do with Prop 218. Also, just call out workforce. I'm glad it's in there. I think we can continue to do more. I know there's a lot of demands on this program, so always asking for more. And I'm also just hopeful there may be something linked with that and the racial equity initiative and as something that we can continue to build out. Okay, last two big things really are, one is just tracking. Most of the things that were presented today are just looking, this fund expenditure plan is, let's look back at the last year, report out on that, and then look at this coming year. I also just think it's really important for us to look at, maybe share and make it easier to see the cumulative numbers since creation of the SAFER program in 2019. I think that's, this program is really, it's hard to just have a one-year snapshot because so much of the investments really have the payoff, hopefully, in the next year or two. And so just being able to track that over the development of the program, I think would be really great to pull out a little bit more.
If I can piggyback just quickly on that, I know that Joe and others, we've had discussion around just the funding dashboard, right? And I think that that's the type of tracking that can really help be specific on the projects and what are a lot of details that if folks really want to be digging in can, and thinking of just the pipeline of, and I know the clearinghouse is all here intended to help us better do that, and there's a lot of work on the back end that makes something so simple a request that seems here for us possible. So, but just a note, I think there's a moment where we're getting close to that because of the work on the clearinghouse, because of the data process improvements that will lead to that just kind of coming out a little more naturally and get the good benefit of the incredible work that's being done.
Yeah, totally agree. And kind of related to all of that is, and we've talked about this internally, but I also just want to raise it in this public space, is just how are we defining what we're tracking here? And it's not as easy as I want it to be, because we could look at, in my mind, when I think of the SAFER program, I'm very linked to the needs assessment and looking at the human right to water list and the at-risk list, or, private domestic wells and state smalls at risk. I also think we all would think that small disadvantaged communities, whether they're on that list or not, probably need some help and also should be tracked in terms of our assistance as part of this program. But it's not that easy to define what is how are we judging our success in meeting the need and tracking that. And I know staff are working on this. I think to the extent that stakeholders have ideas on that, I do think it's important for us to understand, what is, how are we actually meeting this goal of ensuring everyone has access to safe and affordable drinking water, and targeting these resources to both prevent failures and get systems off the failing list, and supporting those that really otherwise or sort of really need the most help. And so, I think I know we're working hard on figuring out how to, and it's not as easy as we think it should be, to sort of track that. But I just, want to, I think, thank staff for working on that and recognize that's something we need to nail down a little better collectively. Okay, last topic is timeline.
Mr. Bishop may want to make a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, if it's appropriate, I just took a look, and under our Gamma GeoTracker, there's a domestic well tool which you can plug in your address and look at any potential groundwater problems associated in that general area. So,
yeah, and we can follow up. I think there's yes, I know which one you're talking about, and I think there's still some stuff that we could do to help that make it a little more intuitive. But totally, there are some really great tools on there for individuals to look up domestic well risk. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Okay, last thing is just timeline. So obviously, this is something that has been we're going to talk about more tomorrow. I also know there's been an exceptional amount of focus on this from staff and improvements that have already been there. Again, we'll talk about all of that more tomorrow. I do think that one of the pieces that's really part of the SAFER program that's less about kind of what we do and more about how we are approaching SAFER much more proactively is just, really the tight coordination with Department of Drinking Water, Division of Financial Assistance, our TA providers, trying to set forth really clear expectations on timelines and deadlines. That could be in the notice of violations that are sent. That could be, I think we should be looking at those that are on drought orders that just went out, and then utilizing at least those kind of initial warning letters of mandatory consolidation authorities, even if we're not fully starting the process. I think we need to really set forward those really clear deadlines and shared expectations on timelines for projects to move forward. Obviously, we have to do that for ourselves as well, internally on timelines and expectations. I think it's interesting this was really helpful to lay out it's sort of a baseline of performance measures on timelines, which I know we're going to talk about more next week, but because it's in this fund expenditure plan, it looked like 4 years for the funding assistance process when you actually add up all these different times, that 4 years, between them having to, how long it takes go from initiating an application to finishing it, then us processing it, and that sort of back and forth. In addition to that, you have the actual work, right, of doing the planning design, doing the construction and the bidding. And that's way too long. I think we would all agree we need to really accelerate that. And so just really look forward to a shared effort of, how can we really accelerate projects, both in terms of RN and on the applicant side. I saw that we have, some strategies in here that are new around urgent drinking water projects. I think that was looking at, can we really streamline those like kind of low-hanging fruit ones, which I really appreciate. I also think, having the shared expectations and deadlines may help. So, we'll talk more about timeline tomorrow, but this was I think it's very valuable to have these performance measures and timelines in here. And I think we will continue to dig into that. Okay. I said that was the last thing, but one more thing that I forgot to mention in my long list was, actually, this is really a question. When we look at when projects are brought to us, or technical assistance providers are looking at projects, looking at developing applications, at this point, do we require them to whether they are implementing already or need something in order to implement the 552 resiliency project? So in other words, are we yet
those aren't requirements, right? But if they're coming to us already with a project or developing a project, do we have a kind of requirement that they look or evaluate that so they can make sure they're bringing that to us in one project rather than doing whatever their focus was maybe on water quality and not including some of the what we would think of as resiliency, drought resiliency, and water supply resiliency measures when they're developing the application. I don't know if we already do that, and if not, then would suggest that that would be something to look at. That's all.
Thank you, board member, for the deep engagement as always. I don't know if there is anything folks want to comment on, but.
Sure. I don't know if Jasmine knows offhand, but I know the 552 requirements are relatively new. I'll have to check with staff to see if we've, updated checklists. We've certainly, talked about expanding our program that we already have for backup power supply and that sort of thing, expanding it beyond where we had initially focused. But yeah, so we'll get back to you on that one. I didn't want to mention, and yeah, Andrew's abandoned us, but so for the administrators, we have, we have 2 master agreements. I mean, I understand having more would be great, and but we need to get willing partners. And so right now, I think the 2 we have, so one is an executed agreement. The other one, I think, should be sent over to the consulting firm any time now. And so I think they're kind of dipping their toe into being administrators and seeing how that works. But as far as I know, we just have the 2. I don't think we have anybody else. Now, a lot of folks raising their hands, really, and we're working with some other entities like Tulare County and others as well. So maybe if once the legislation gets passed, if that liability protection is there, we'll have more folks willing to come forward.
Yeah, it's a great hope.
And I did want to mention, since you brought it up and teeing it up for tomorrow, I think one of the challenges, because I sort of see it when we're having internal discussions about setting deadlines, we run into this, what incentives are we creating type of thing. And what are we actually streamlining or expediting? So especially around things we'll see is, I've come in initially saying, well, push the dates, put in solid dates there, and then force people to come back to us if they really need more time, right? And so what inevitably happens is just about every one of those projects needs more time. And so then we go through more process, right, to amend agreements and add more money and that sort of thing. So one of the things we're looking at, and again, you can sort of question whether it's a wise way to go, is like actually building in some more time, understanding there will be things that happen that come up that, like you find out that the property acquisition you thought you could do doesn't happen, or, the well you thought was going to produce doesn't produce as much. So and as well as looking at putting in some additional budget to account for, we often see bids coming in high, and even that has some potential problems, right? I mean, if folks know that we're putting in more money, then, well, maybe the bids will come in more higher, right? So, and it's the same kind of thing on TA as well. I mean, there's some of that where I absolutely agree we need to have our mutual expectations, but we also have to accommodate, sort of the on the ground reality as well, is that when they're first going into look at these systems or do some planning, there are a lot of unknowns, and we have to accommodate that. So it's sort of a mix of like, how can we push things forward? And even on the compliance enforcement side, we're not going to start fining, these small water systems. They wouldn't be able to afford it anyway. So what incentives do we have to move folks along? that's part of what we're sort of struggling with ourselves. It's like, yeah, we all want to make it really clear. We want to get moving. We want to make it clear to ourselves and our staff, and also to the water systems and to our TA providers. But how do we do that in a way to also with the understanding that there are so many unknowns, and we want to be able to be flexible as well. So it's this real balancing, and I think it's going to be sort of, you know, an iteration. And I think the best we can do, frankly, is just up our game in terms of communication and engagement, you know, whether it's internally or with the TA providers or with the system. So where we see things that are slowing down or maybe chronically aren't moving forward the way they need to, is, you know, we need to prioritize the extent to which we're engaging with those folks.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, this is very much a conversation that folks will get into tomorrow, and this is a really good preview into it because, again, the Safe and Affordable Fund and here the fund expenditure plan is part and parcel to, you know, this focus on systems, how we actually deliver faster. And I appreciate your comment. I definitely appreciate the comments of the board member and appreciate your comments as well, Mr. Karkowski, because it is really a matter of where are those places that it is appropriate to say there needs to be, you know, faster. We can do better. And I think what comes to mind are examples like digitization of the signatures, where that vastly improves processing it, but in a way that isn't touching those points that, to your good credit here, is sometimes a matter of you want the flexibility, but that flexibility then creates moving targets, and then, you know, and then so where best to provide those efficiencies. My mind continues to go to clearinghouse. My mind continues to go to the way that I know folks are already thinking about the projects and communicate either to the project proponents or the communities that are coming for the funding or the TA providers that are in the system where we are for. Or is it from ours, in digitizing the bureaucracy in a way that lets you, like you said, really see where those outliers are? So it's like, hey, these projects are the ones that are needing attention. They're obviously not meeting even some rational timelines that we've set into, or expectations that we've set into the system. And it kind of, and importantly, provides a place where everyone is, you know, there's just a better efficiency, not unlike the signatures, that just, you know, complements the entire process, as opposed to becoming over focused on tools that don't actually shorten those timeframes. They just, you know, create other issues perhaps. So anyway, thank you. Yeah, I know it's going to be able to discuss these in depth tomorrow as well. Other comments, colleagues? Follow-on thought? Yeah, Board Member McGuire.
I think mostly everything that needs to be said has been shared already. I look forward to the public comment period and the ongoing engagement here. And when, you know, I always think about the whole process. So there's the administrative piece and what we can do to kind of shorten that time frame. There's the technical assistance and the planning components. And so I was sort of focusing on that based on Board Member Firestone's comments about incorporating the drought resiliency, you know, 552 measures into it. And it gets almost to a complete, almost a master planning level evaluation of a small water system in terms of what are its holistic needs to be sustainable for decades. And that gets to be an incredibly difficult question to answer. I have personal experience with those kinds of questions, so I appreciate that. So I'm realizing here, and I'm making some notes about, I really want to hear from the TA providers and better understand what they've been experiencing over the last, you know, couple of years here with this, working with the systems and that part of the process, because I think it's great. We should be adding drought resiliency measures into this thinking, but at the same time, we don't want to sacrifice finding those no regrets type, you know, projects that we can move forward quickly that address water quality issues or what have you. So it's definitely a careful balancing, you know, not letting, what is it, perfect be the enemy of the good, or whatever the saying is, something like that. And how do we navigate that? I know you struggle with that. That's something you're probably trying to find that answer. And it's, you know, with 7,000 water systems, there's no right one or wrong one, unfortunately. But I think we can continue striving to just keep that in mind as we go forward. So just good comments and something I want to learn more about.
Thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair, anything you wanted to add? Apologies, you're remote. It makes it hard sometimes to make sure I provide you space.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have much to add. I appreciate the discussion and a lot of the good questions. I just want to take this opportunity to let staff know of my appreciation for what they're doing. And I think that oftentimes we're just, especially with this program, because it's so important to us, we're moving so quickly and we kind of get mired in the details. And I think the audit has given us an opportunity to kind of stand back and realize, gee, maybe we're not telling our story that well, and that there's, incredible progress that's occurred. And I think of all the programs that we have at the Water Board, and we have such great confidence in our staff. And one of the things I really like about working with you all is that you're so open to having these discussions and always looking for a better way to approach things. And so I just really want to thank you for that. And I think that our challenge is, how do we describe what we are experiencing to the public? And of course, looking at the tendency that we all have to get really focused in on the details, but I think always needing to figure out, like I like Board Member Firestone, looking at cumulative numbers, because time can just show progress, but then continues to, that's a really good idea. And I look forward, I see my internet connection is unstable, so I'll just stop there. I look forward to tomorrow's discussion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Really good comments, and I completely agree. Thank you, all board members. This is, again, you hear from us how passionate personally we are, and always very interested in, but taking a step back, it's an incredible thing, again, nationally leading, that we're all here and just feel the weight of what we know is a huge challenge in this state that has been around for a while, but we finally have dollars, we have movement, and I think we have everyone's attention. So let's keep going. So thank you. This is a workshop, so nothing further to the actual vote on the fund expenditure plan, and appreciate this opportunity for the feedback and discussion. Thank you guys incredibly. With that, we'll wrap up, and that concludes item number 6, and that brings us into the home stretch of a couple first board member reports. Item 7, we'll do our executive director's report, and then we will go into closed session for a bit and gather again tomorrow. But before we get ahead of ourselves, board member reports. Who would like to kick us off? Oh, thank you, Board Member Morgan.
I just have one item. Last Friday, August 12th, I was the closing speaker at the CASA conference. It was just, good to be there in person and just to provide just an update on water quality issues, climate change, drought, to the membership there. The one thing that I just like to note, I had several conversations, and throughout those that I spoke to, the agencies, they were all very complimentary of staff and very appreciative of staff's engagement and openness to meet with them and to hear their concerns and to work collaboratively through anything that's in front of us, or just communication, and continue to work with them and to accept those meeting invitations. So just wanted to thank staff for that. And that was, it's always good to hear when you go out that you're hearing appreciation of the work that is being done.
Really appreciate you carrying that in. I quickly, looks like after the last board meeting here on the 2nd, attended some meetings of the Western States Water Council, particularly ones around water data. It was really great to be able to connect with colleagues in the Western states at certainly a very critical time. Let's see. Additionally, then I also was at CASA and appreciated being able to touch base with their board of directors, and also, heard a lot of complimentary things. So thank you. It was good to be able to be well represented here between the two of us, opening and closing at CASA, and at a really critical time, because it was just before later that week here. Last Thursday was with the governor announcing our water supply strategy to adapt to a hotter and drier California. Previewed that water recycling is going to continue to be a huge focus of our effort and our strategy to continue to combat the climate change challenges that we face, drought amongst them, certainly. So that was a good opportunity, certainly, to go out to see the Antioch desal plant, which we contributed through our state revolving fund support for, and DWR also kicked in some grant dollars. Truly an example of a project that here is adapting to climate change and has that mixed state support that we know helps contribute to affordability and ensures that we can actually rise to the challenges we have. So felt very fortunate to participate in that last Thursday. And I will not be here tomorrow and Thursday tomorrow, because I evening to Fresno and joining Secretary Holland and Senator Padilla and others from the state delegation to do some discussions with local leaders around the challenges that this drought is posing for so many of us. Then also going on to Southern California, where we'll discuss water recycling and other things. So thank you, board members, for just filling in. I felt it was a call, whether to make sure and prioritize this work. That's an extension of it, and felt we'll be well represented in tomorrow's workshop discussions and be able to contribute to that for us as well. That's all I have. Kick it over to Board Member McGuire.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot to report. There have been a lot of board staff workshops, though. I have, and all on issues that I care very much about. So I've kept fairly busy these last couple of weeks, just keeping up with the workshop workload. So I won't go into detail. You should all know what those are. I did want to flag that I did have an opportunity to go out to UC Davis to meet with Dave Fugino there to look at their Smartscape landscape area and learn about his studies into outdoor water use efficiency. And I know a number of other board members have been out there as well. So just flagging this for any board members or public that haven't been. It's really fascinating. And as an engineer, for me, it was great to lean in and learn about irrigation system design and actually figuring out how that applies in the context of water use efficiency ultimately. So I learned quite a bit about that in achieving MWELO and different types of grasses that can survive in different types of irrigation conditions. So I think I found it to be very informative, and you may as well if you have a chance to get out there. And I think that's it.
Thanks. I'll definitely. It's like all this innovation that's really being driven by. I'm very fortunate for our academic partners that way. So getting out there, UC Merced, Joshua Veers, continues to say, we need to get you out. I know I need to really make the time. I'm glad you did. It's really great.
Definitely. I have been doing a lot of work with media around the audit results and being able to help talk about, as the vice chair said, just talk about really what our program has been able to accomplish that wasn't necessarily captured well in at least the headlines of that report. And was able to join the vice chair with the Fresno Bee editorial board, which was really great. Talked with some reporters at the Valley Public Radio down in the Valley as well. So, and continuing just to looking forward to tomorrow to discussing some of the real substance there that I think is helpful. And also just continuing to lift up and help educate folks on how
what is happening, how this program really works, what are the outcomes that we're achieving. So I just, to that point, Board Member McGuire and I are going at the end of the week to the Central Coast. It's kind of evolved haphazardly over time. Originally, we were going to, and we're still going to get a tour of Monterey One Water, which is exciting. And I know we've helped fund over time and just an opportunity to see how those projects work. And then while we were in the area, we decided to add on a few other things. So we're meeting with community water centers, connecting us with some of the residents and communities that are working on a consolidation project, talking about their bottled water program. And then I think we'll stop by and see the UCLA pilot there that's on kind of a distributed remote package reverse osmosis system that we've been funding a pilot for, so that we can, while we're in the area, see some of the different work the board's been supporting and that communities are doing. So looking forward to that. And that's it.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair. Anything?
All I have to report is that on the 11th, I met with the American Pistachio Growers Association, and they were in Sacramento doing the rounds at the legislature, and it was right after the governor's announcement, so well-timed to talk about aridification and some of the challenges and opportunities that we're seeing here in California. And then I too have been following a lot of the workshops, and it's a busy time.
Incredibly. Just thanks everyone. I know it is a busy time, and it's good to be out there. I know we're continuing to be well represented by this incredible board. And to talk about well represented, Ms. Sobek, we're ready for your executive director's report. That concludes item number 7 and our board member reports.
I don't have anything to add unless you all have questions.
Seeing none. And just thank you for the incredible volume of work that does represent. Yeah, look forward to, as always, being able to digest. Okay, that brings us to the end of today's agenda. It will leave us in recess as well. We will go to closed session and then be in recess until tomorrow's board meeting, which will be conducted by, we just have to determine if Vice Chair would like to, or if someone here in the room will, but we'll figure it out at another moment. That being said, is there anything further, any magic words I need to say, Mr. Lawfer, before?
No, I just, for the record, public record, at least, I'll disclose that the board will be meeting on both of the items that are identified in the closed session agenda. They're both items from the Administrative Hearings Office.
Thank you. Ready. And then we will be meeting in room.
The board members who choose to will be in conference room 2550. We'll probably need a couple of minutes to get set up technically there. And Member D'Adamo, let us know if you'd like to participate via video conference or just audio conference. You can contact me offline.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And so we will go into close and tomorrow morning here for the rest of our agenda, which again, I really appreciate everyone. It'll be a great discussion. So thank you. Talk soon. See you all.